Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. All right.
All
All
right.
right.
Arranging my hair so
All
it's wondering I have a
right.
weird bald spot.
Five on It Live begins in 9 minutes. Five on It Live begins in 8 minutes. Five on It Live begins in 7 minutes. Five on It Live begins in 6 minutes. 5 on It Live begins in 5 on It Live minutes. Five on It Live begins in 4 minutes. Five on It Live begins in 3 minutes. Five on It Live begins in 2 minutes. Five on It Live begins in 1 minute.
We're back.
We're back.
5 on and live. It's Saturday night, midnight on the East Coast, and as everybody knows, we talk all from midnight across America about whatever we want to and about whatever you want to. It's a call-in show, and tonight is going to be a real special one. But before, oh, Mallory,
Yeah.
please,
Oh,
you
yeah,
were about to say something.
no, I'm just like maybe we introduce ourselves a little. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
fine.
forgot that I need to do that still. Hi, I'm Craig.
Hi, I'm Mallory.
And wait, what was I about to get into?
What we're here for? We're here for our show, 5 on it live. It's a call-in show.
Yeah.
I think
Oh
we're
yeah,
just
the
so
phone
excited
number.
about our guest.
Chris, can you put that phone number up? There we go.
There we go.
712-345-6648. If you haven't been here before, it's a call-in show, and it's all about you. But tonight, it's also about our very special guest, a good friend of mine, somebody that everybody got a little bit of taste, a little bitty taste of a couple weeks ago when we were with Michael Patterson. And I want to read this bio. I'm going to try to do it justice. And I also have to take off. I've realized, Mallory, that I have to take off my glasses
Do
to
we
read
need to take a
things
breath?
now. Do I?
I think.
Yeah. Let me take a breath. This is why we work well together.
I know. I can feel I think we're so excited, but let's take a breath. There's
You're-
no rush.
You're always there for me to help me take a breath when I need to take a breath, even when I'm live in front of a big audience.
Yeah. We do everything in public here.
We do everything in public here. And that's really kind of the bottom line, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a breath.
Okay. Oh, actually, I didn't need that.
Yeah. I can
Yeah.
feel it.
Yeah. I was kind of even rushing through needing it. Like, thanks for
Yeah.
calling it out, but I forgot that I needed to do it.
Yeah. We can move slow.
Oh, yeah, we're here for a long time.
Yeah.
It's a new moon tonight.
Oh, it's a new moon. Really great day for a new moon.
Yeah, it's a really great day for a new moon. A lot is changing. I can feel it.
Mhm.
And we were kind of like addressing doing these shows running into the holidays. We were talking about, and I don't think I was going to mention this, but I feel like it's apropos right now.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure. I don't know what you're gonna say, but
Yeah, I
okay.
know. You never do. um, the I think that that we wanted to allow our audience like an idea or something that might be outside of their wheelhouse to try to cope with like the coming stresses of being an outsider, an up all nighter with like the coming holidays and how that affects
And
like
all of the obligations. Yeah.
how it seemed to affect specifically us. And in fact, a lot of media that I might be presented with in the algorithm, they send me those messages every year. It's like
What messages?
like oh, it's going to be so tough with your family. It's going to be there's a lot of stresses coming this way.
Yeah.
And
This is how you get through it. Yeah.
right. And so I'm kind of breaking the code because what I wanted to do initially was not mention that and just kind of supply people with
Right.
something.
I
But
remember that.
yeah, but on the new moon, and it seems so apropos, like I wanted to first explain what we were trying to do with the magical episodes last week.
Okay.
Feeling very compelled.
Sure.
And that is that, like there might be some magical ways of coping with frustrations or
Right.
stresses or a feeling that you might not have control over your life, right?
Mhm.
And so tonight, that brings me to our very special guest, who I feel like blends those two things so perfectly. And in fact, since the very first day that I met her, has like openly with a smile read me to myself like boom 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 and and so I'm actually just so excited to bring them on for our audience. um yeah, so let me read this because I was impressed
I believe in you.
and yeah, thank you. um so I lost it. Okay, so our next guest is a multi-passionate, creative creature of the world. Very much indeed.
Very much.
As a licensed psychotherapist, she created and leads Best Self Psych, a group practice of therapists and coaching specializing in helping clients navigate non-monogamy, neurodiversity, and the challenges that can come with being LGBTQIA plus in a heteronormative world. It is very much my pleasure to introduce Pam Shaffer. Forgot to warn you about that, my neurodivergent friend.
Oh my God. I was transfixed by that. Much like this whole time, I've been like, I must only silently react. I kept being like, is it now? Is now the reacting time?
We got there.
Yeah,
got that.
I'm very yeah, and I know that I was putting you in a bind. In fact, I told you I was just going to go right into it, but thank you for we start the show with a lot of stresses and it gets much easier as the time goes on.
We just need to breathe sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you need to breathe.
Sometimes you just need to breathe. And like I was telling you before we started, like some of the interviews I've done, it is actually often my guests who are the ones who like center me, because I come in and I'm like, I'm the host, I know what I'm doing, and then I start the show and I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing.
She gets it.
We've
So
been
I'm like,
having
no,
so much
no.
fun together. already.
Yeah.
This is familiar. This is very familiar terrain. Do I know what my hair is doing? No. No, I don't.
Well, I can see in the camera here, and you're looking marvelous to me. And in
Yeah.
fact, we are feeling and looking marvelous. We are here on set live in your opium bed, in your music studio.
What a dream.
Right?
What a dream.
Right? So like a real cozy quarter here that we're
Yeah.
all hanging out together. And aside from that bio, the first line of your bio, and by the way, like your signature line is like I think like a long like a poem, like an epic poem, and it really is not only is it lengthy and intimidating, but it's also like which by the way uh doesn't necessarily mean that all of the merits are true. Like every single thing that you do is just so goddamn interesting to me, and it really aligns with everything that our show has kind
Mhm.
of been about, like
Oh.
being outside of the box, finding your people, finding like justification for being who you are in the world, uh, the community of talking,
Mhm.
the therapy of that. So
Figuring out how to be a human in this impossible world.
that's what I
Yes,
meant to say.
very, very that is a quandary that
Mhm.
I am constantly pondering. That-
Yeah.
So you also have this amazing podcast, um, uh, and and actually starting a second one as well, right? Or rehashing a second one.
It's interesting because Why Not Both was the first podcast, and that one was geared around actually a very similar question of like how to be a person in the world, especially when you're navigating multiple passions. So, like, I started it selfishly, quite frankly, because I was often like, oh, okay, well, I'm a musician. But then whenever I was in the music world talking about therapy, like I felt like I was like an imposter. But then in the therapy world, same thing is when I was like, oh, but like I can't make it to that networking thing. I'm actually playing a gig that night. People were like, a what? And so like it was this weird like liminal space between the worlds, but I was just like, I actually enjoy these, but then I felt a lot of shame that I enjoyed my quote day job. Like you're not supposed to like your day job. You're supposed to like be like, like meh, fuck the
Supposed to be
man.
suffering in your day
And
job.
oh, the glasses
Whoa.
came on.
Yeah. I want to be actually able to see you and not the script on my phone.
That's so funny. And I keep cheating this way, not because I'm like gazing into the distance, but because I'm like speaking to the audience and also the light. Because when I
Yes,
turn
please.
this way,
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
speaking to you, but also and I'm like, can they see me? Can my imagined am I breaking the fourth wall? I'm like,
Break
what am
away.
but like I felt like there had to be other people out there that did authentically enjoy doing and being multiple things, hopefully without a sense of guilt, or maybe they too had a sense of guilt. But I was just really curious about that thing, about when you actively enjoy multiple things, how do you define yourself and how do you navigate the world and be legible to other people? And so that was why I started Why Not Both. And I did 10 episodes on my own, and it was more kind of, I would say, slightly more formulaic. And then I realized that it was more interesting to kind of just, instead of having actual like laid out questions, to actually just follow the guest lead, because people would bring like things would come up organically that were so intriguing from that jumping off point, that then when I started the next seasons with my friend Laura, who's a wonderful journalist and just has been an amazing producer, that really took on a life of its own, because then I went into interviews being like, okay, even though I can see in a linear way kind of like what this person's multiple roles are, I'm more interested in like, how do they define themselves and what are they bringing to the conversation that day? And so that is why, like, when you said you were listening to the different interviews, that's why you were like, "Oh, like, I didn't usually hear people talking about that." And it's because all I came in with, like, my whole agenda was literally just, what is on this person's mind and how do they show up in the world given that they are this, as opposed to just discussing the concrete details of, like, oh, what are the things that they do?
Holy fuck.
Right.
So
That is so, and in fact, I was telling you that I re-listened to the Tori Amos episode this morning,
Mhm.
and it was the first episode that I listened of yours. I think maybe right after it happened, and one of the things that she was talking about is those gotcha questions. And
yes.
Mhm.
and what was revealing to me was like these gotcha questions can actually be like the most benign, like to the point questions, but it's like I'm on this. I don't know how I feel about songwriting today. Like
Right.
like I woke up today feeling like I shouldn't ever speak to the public.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, and, like, that's why, and I'm so glad you brought up that interview, because and I'm so glad that we're kind of channeling our teenage selves today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely. Wait, can we
Yes,
talk about this
I feel
because
like I feel like I just scooched into your shot like a Apollo.
let's do it.
We can all be teenagers together now. I saw, like, the shadow of, like, my hair, and I was like, "Oh, it's but, like, I mean, this is my ninth grade semi-formal dress, which I logically would have been wearing actually when I first heard Tori Amos.
Ugh.
And so I don't think I told her the story even necessarily of how I heard her music, but I was sad and in ninth grade, because what else are you gonna do when you're in ninth grade? And I ditched class with one of my friends and we were hanging out in the garden, and he was just like, "Oh, I want to cheer you up." So this is such an LA story. So he called his bodyguard nanny guy, um, and that bodyguard nanny guy was just, his whole job was to like take care of this teenage boy.
Bodyguard
Um,
nanny guy. As someone not from LA. I was like, okay, of course. Wait. Bodyguard nanny guy. Quick, cool.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah. I'm like,
You and us all have that out loud.
you're like, rewind. A what?
I can picture it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he was just like, so he calls him and he's like, "Hey, can you get this like stack of CDs that are in this binder next to my like boombox and bring them to school?" And guy was like, "Yeah, sure, on it." So like brings that to school. So we're hanging out in the garden and he played me the album Little Earthquakes, and I was just like,
Yeah.
because I'd been playing the piano since I was like, I started playing by ear when I was 3, started taking lessons when I was 5, like, and then when I was 12, I switched teachers, and she was like, "Wow, you play so lyrically. Can you read this music for me?" And I'm like, "Can I do what with the now?" Like, I had just been copying like my like, my previous. I love that you just like got so excited that one of the throw pillows has gone by the wayside.
Yeah. I gotta
Disappeared.
get a
It
while. I
disappeared.
gotta
I
get a
was like, how
while.
did you do that? You somehow threw it like through a curtain. Like, what did you do?
Yeah, I guess I did. I don't know how that
How did
happened.
you do?
I don't know. I don't know. Ghostly things happen sometimes in the middle of the night.
That was amazing. But
Jesus Christ, I'm so happy to have you on this show. Oh.
oh my god. But yeah, like it finally like music made sense to me. Like I mean, I had always loved different artists, but I at that age had started trying valiantly to play the guitar because that was what everybody played. And well, I have tiny hands. I'm barely 5 feet tall and I can play an E minor. That's my repertoire on the guitar. And so I heard Tori Amos and was like, oh my, this makes complete I understand now.
Right.
And so like that's why she was such like a formative artist for me, is that like I love Chopin, like I loved like certain musicals. Like I don't know what's wrong with me, but like as a child I was obsessed with Cats. Like my parents brought me to see, you two were obsessed with
My
Cats.
Wait.
aunt,
Yeah.
my aunt was in Cats in the Canadian tour of Cats. She was the Siamese cat. I can't remember her name. I can't remember the cats, but oh my god, yeah, it's rare to find some. But of course,
Well, because it's
another
like a fever dream of a musical.
musical. But it's so amazing. Yeah, I went as a kid. I had it on VHS
Yes.
that I wore out. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Aw. That's nice.
When I went to Cats, like that was the first any kind of musical performance that I really saw live. I think I was like 4, and I knew every word. And my mom had to tell me to like sing in my inside voice because I was just full force, like in like the 3rd row, scream singing.
Oh my god, I love that.
Wow. Holy cow.
Scream singing to Cats.
I was so
Wow.
happy, but she was just like, okay, like inside voice. But all the performers were like enamored with me, and you know how they like interact with the audience and stuff. So they were like crawling across my. I was in like, and yet again, much like the Tori Amos interview, where I was so excited I gave myself a migraine after. Apparently, we got to the car at the music center, and before we were even out of the parking lot, I was out cold. Like I got so hyped during that experience, and it was just like, oh my god.
Real
I was like
sensory
that-
overload.
I was like that for both the Pointer Sisters and for
Ooh.
Huey Lewis and the News, which I begged my parents. I was like, I had seen him like 6 times by the time I was 12 years old. You know, I was really into Huey Lewis and the
I
News.
didn't know that.
Yeah, and
Wow.
I knew every song, and also incidentally, I thought he was he. It's so funny how child brain works, and then you recall on these memories, and you're like, what the fuck was I thinking? But I thought that he was also George Brett from the Royals because they looked very similar, and I was like, oh, that's his rock and roll life, and that's his baseball life, and
Oh.
that makes sense. They're both my heroes. you
Well,
know?
and that completely tracks like that magical thinking. And like I think
Right.
that's why, like, in some ways, I didn't find any conflict in being like a multi hyphenate, because to me, that line of thinking makes complete sense.
Oh,
Right. I was just thinking that's so perfectly in line with what you're talking about
Yes.
having like multiple
Yes.
Yeah.
passions and
I was like that. Of course, that
Wow.
makes sense.
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you know, and something interesting about that Tori Amos interview was that she was very boldly and confidently, and it lit the fire in me that I have had like burning, but maybe the gas has been turned down to a simmer since I was like, you know, a 17-year-old fucking girl rock, you know, fucking angsty teenager that found my placement in fucking bitch rock, you know, as we
Yes.
lovingly called it at the time. The when she said, you know, I fought for pianos over guitars.
Yes.
And I fought for you, and you should be sending me a bottle of wine. You know what I mean? And
Yes.
I felt like, go off, bitch! Like, thank you for calling it like it was, because
Yes.
that like E minor thing for your hands is like, yeah, suddenly fucking pianos were orgasmic in the same way that fucking watching some dude with his leg up on or Courtney Love imitating that and
Yes.
sexualizing it. Like suddenly I was watching Tori Amos fuck up a piano bench, and like I was literally turned on by it.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. And I I still use both Tori Amos and Bjork as my litmus test of
Yeah.
humans.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a great
Great
litmus
litmus
test.
test.
As you saw at the front of my home, there is Bjork, the patron saint of our home. There's like the things you see immediately are there's Hecate, the painting, and then the photo of Bjork, because I'm like, yes, these are the deities. But
As
like,
they should be.
but yeah, my test was always, in a way, it's not that someone necessarily has to relate, but I can tell if someone is drawn to it or repulsed by it. And like that's also in some ways my gauge of if I have made a successful piece of art is if at least one person hates it. I'm like, "Oh, thank God."
I love that.
That really is a pretty good litmus test. When was the
Yeah.
last time that okay, so we've spoken a bit about like your podcast. How what was the hateful moment that came out of any review of that where you were
Um,
like, "Yeah, thank you."
People hate that I laugh.
That is so fucking
You
funny.
know.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Because like, okay, I know I have a distinctive laugh, and I've learned also how
No
to
shit. In our thread right now, somebody just put like 25 seconds ago, somebody said great laughs or nice laughs.
yeah.
But I think they were being complimentary. They weren't being
Oh,
sarcastic.
Oh,
yeah.
no, like, that's the thing is my laugh is divisive. That's thank you, person in the chat. Like, thank you so much. That, so in news that should stun no one, I started talking very early and never stopped. But, like, I also have always had, like, a really distinctive laugh, like, a very projective laugh, and I have to now I've learned, like, mic placement wise for, like, interviews to, like, modulate or, like, lean back when I'm laughing so that I don't clip the sound. Um, also my friends noticed not that my friends were listening to my therapy sessions during the pandemic, but, like, because I was potted with, like, 3 people during the quarantine, you could hear if someone was, like, on Zoom, but, like, one of my friends commented, they're just like, "I've never heard a therapist laugh so much." And I realized that so much of what I do, I might be delving into the most, like, dark territory ever, but I'm like, "Things are dark enough. Like, why would we not laugh?" And,
Wow.
like, I realized that, like, that's in a way why my laugh feels divisive to people. Is that, like,
Ooh.
also I noticed, like, the comments that were, "Why is she laughing so much?" was, "Oh, I thought she was really smart," and then she started laughing, and I was like, "Oh, I'm brilliant and I'm funny."
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Whoa.
And I think the world is very entertaining. So, like,
I
why
mean,
would
it
I
is.
not laugh? And so I thought that that was such an interesting, and it's almost like you can't be sexy and funny. It's like you can't be smart and funny.
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
that was the thing in that podcast that those were most of the, I mean, of course, we got like a few troll comments on every episode, especially ones, by the way, I love saying LGBTB, like, I say that abbreviation as LGBTQI
Mhm.
just because it's fun. So we did get some of the haters of the LGBTQI. But, like, aside from that, that was the thing in that art that people were just like, "But how can possibly be intelligent when laughter?"
I mean, especially when you're perceived as a woman, I feel like that's like, uh, people who are raised as men and perceived as men get to be and do all of the things.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you can be smart and funny, stupid and
Mhm.
funny, sitting there and
Mhm.
funny, like, so many options. Many options.
Yeah.
Um,
My
Right.
favorite thing to do is laugh with my therapist.
Thank
I
you!
love it so much. I mean, and it's not all the time, but again, it's because it just feels so human. And I had so many therapists before her where there was no levity. There was nothing. And it just, to me it only furthered the like hierarchy, the like you're behind a like a big
Yeah.
table and like you're bigger, stronger, better, like not human.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and part of being on a therapeutic journey is that you are both, or at least the way that I practice therapy and that I train my therapists in, is that we are all humans on this journey, and even though one is in the role of therapist and might have had the, different educational background potentially or different experiential background, we do have to respect that, like, everyone is having their own experience. So, like, I train my therapist that, like, the client is the expert on their experience, and you're there to go with them on that journey and help guide them and impart things that that you mutually agree upon might help them. But you're not there to just be like, yes, tell me. I'm like,
And how did you feel about that?
how does that make you feel? I always feel so bad when, like, occasionally I'll say to clients, I'm like, "This is the most therapist question ever. I'm so sorry, but where are you feeling that in your body?"
But see, even that is more specific than how do you feel,
Yes.
that's very specific kind of therapy, and a thing that a lot of people like, I had to learn how to answer that the first time, again, this great therapist asked me that. I was like, "No one's ever asked me that
Nobody has ever asked me
specifically
that.
before," but it's so good to try and pay attention and to learn your body that way.
Yes, it was
Oh,
a somatic
yeah.
therapist. Craig is just like, "Oh my god, I live in a body?"
What? Where am I feeling this in my body?
Where are you feeling this in your body?
That's a
Craig?
great fucking question.
Well, because feelings live in our body. Like, we can have the story. I think we were talking about this before, that we can have, like, the story about our feelings and, like, all the thoughts about it, but the sensations of feelings do reside within our body. And so if we're tuning into just the emotion part of it, just the feeling part of it, that is actually in your body. Like, that's not what's up here. That's very different. They're related, but they're different things.
Honestly, I thought that I thought that one I thought that one working was an excuse to not pay attention to the other.
I mean, I'm a highly cognitive person, which I do sometimes feel for my therapist. Like, one time I made an analogy of, I was just like, no, having Invisalign is just so rough because, like, the sensory experience uses up like 10% of my background CPU. And she was just like, oh, honey. And I was like, what? She's like, please stop comparing yourself to a computer.
That was made perfect sense to me.
Right, right. I was just
So,
like,
I get it. You're not a computer.
right. But yeah, like, when it was explained to me by a somatic therapist that, like, for instance, you might say, like, I feel sad because I had a friend breakup. Like, a friend breakup is objectively sad, and that's, like, maybe the reason. But the way you might feel sad is that maybe your shoulders might feel tense. You might feel a pit in your stomach. Your heart hurts. You're fatigued. There's a pain behind your eyes. That's the feeling of sadness, as opposed to maybe the thoughts of rumination on the situation, which are connected to the feeling. But one is the sensation and one is the thoughts. And so understanding those, so you can tend to maybe the feelings portion of it, and that sometimes helps you actually untangle some of the thoughts,
Mhm.
because they are related, but they, like I said, they're not the same thing. So you're going to address them slightly differently and care for yourself slightly differently when you're addressing one aspect or the other.
People that once loved me and maybe now hate me that happen to be watching this episode are seeing my reaction right now, and they're throwing things at me like, I said this to you before, but in a different way.
Yeah.
And so, you know what? At home, sometimes it's just a different way. It needs to be said in just a
Yeah.
different way, and that's what it resonates. But it's as simple as, where does it feel? Nobody has ever asked me that.
Huh.
Nobody has ever asked me that. They just assumed that I was tapped in there. But somehow when you ask the question, then it sends me on a journey
Yeah.
that I'm able to hunt, as opposed to resent that they're trying to pinpoint. Does that make
Right.
sense?
That totally makes sense, because also,
And
like,
also, I'm sorry, Mallory, is it okay that I just lean into putting my leg on you, because I'm like teetering on top of it, and I'm losing my focus, and
We
I
don't
didn't
sit
want to
this close
distract you.
usually.
Yeah, we don't normally
It's
sit
fine,
this
it's
close,
totally,
but we're literally in
yeah,
each other's lap right
yeah,
now. Is
I'm
it okay?
with it,
Okay, great.
I
Okay.
feel so bad that I'm just like, I'm gonna hang out in my corner.
but you need it.
Well,
I'm
we
like,
can, we
You're
can
like the
play footsie
yeah, I was
out
like,
here. Yeah,
wait, I'm
yeah.
trying to
We
get
can
my,
do
like,
that.
foot in frames and just like,
Oh, there you go, pizza. There you go, pizza. There you go. You know what? You know what? That was. This has been such a fun intro. I don't
Yeah.
even know what time it is. I feel like, let's take a small commercial break. Chris, if we can do that, and we'll kind of reset the conversation, and we'll jump right back in very soon and get right back into it with Pam Shaffer. If you're watching at home and you've got something to say, I believe me, there's a resource here. one much
Oh,
better than we have ever been. So
yeah.
please call 712-345 on it
648.
or 6648. Give us a call. Talk to us. Chris, go to the commercial.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, bewitch me, Julie, dazzle all with colors out of fairy tales. Smoky topaz lips, peacock nails. Some fairy is it true? Or magic under the spell of you. Enchanted face, enchanted world. Breezy, breezy, beautiful cover girl.
America, saving money is in fashion.
When you fall into the gap.
Yellow tag in America and save 15 to 30% on thousands of store-wide values, like Gap Fashion denim jeans and guys and men's fits for only $15.95. Top it off with terrific styles and colors and guys' velours at 20% off. Guys cord Levi's just $13.95 from the world's largest seller of Levi's jeans.
Fall into the gap.
Fall into yellow tags, the sign of good-looking savings.
This Bud's for everybody who puts in a hard day's work.
This Bud's for you, for all you do. The king of beers is coming through.
Yeah, just for you, that distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
For all you do.
This Bud's for you.
Who can make your hair curl and paint the town? Who can stir things up and cut them down to size? Black & Decker. That's right, Black & Decker. And we're a whole lot more than we used to be. We're innovative ideas that work for you all over the house. Kitchen and garden, bathroom and workshop. With ingenious new products that make your whole life easier. Black & Decker. Ideas at work.
Here it comes, the biggest price-smashing sale ever. All this week at Furniture Liquidators Home Center. Everything in the store is marked way, way, way down. All your favorite brands at our guaranteed lowest prices. At Furniture Liquidators Home Center, pay no money down with no interest or payments until $19.97. So run on in to the biggest price-smashing sale ever.
Furniture Liquidators Home Center. Saving you more.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Those
Oh,
were some
hi.
commercials. And we are back with
Oh.
Pam Shaffer. Pam, you are a podcast host. Why Not Both podcast, but also you are a licensed therapist for specifically for some very specific lanes that I would like to open up. Mainly neurodivergence, but there's some other things that are included in your bio that I think are quite interesting, and I'd like to unpack how those kind of all
Dovetail together. Yeah. Which
Yeah.
lane? Which lane do you want to start driving in?
Well,
What one have we been living in?
Yeah.
Since
Yeah.
we got to your house?
I feel like one of them is like extremely obvious. I was like, that one's obvious.
Okay, yeah, let's start with neurodivergence. What is neurodivergence?
So, neurodivergence refers to the idea that there are variations upon brain and nervous system structures within humans. That we are not all one standard model, even though right now our society is geared towards what has been called neurotypical. So, that is one neurotype, but there are many neurotypes. And under the neurodivergent umbrella, there's many things under. I feel like Rihanna. There's many things under that umbrella.
Bella.
Oh my god, the Tom Holland dance video.
Oh
of
my
that.
god, it's so good. I
Oh.
feel like I watch it at least once a month.
Oh yeah, it lives rent free in my
It's-
mind.
yes,
Like,
amazing.
oh, so good. But the ones that I specifically deal with are very evident by this podcast. Are ADHD, adult
Hi.
ADHD,
Hi.
hey, autism, and the confluence thereof. Also, how that sometimes dovetails with audio processing, verbal processing. And though I do not particularly specialize in the OT or PT side of it, it also can deal with motor disorders and proprioceptive disorders, colloquial known as you walk into a bunch of stuff and you're just like, where'd I get that weird bruise? So
Whoa.
yeah. So those all go together.
Damn it! I'm getting red again. I didn't even know that was part of it. Shit.
Yes. That is one of the hallmarks of our people is the where did that weird bruise come from?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
story of my life.
Yeah,
Oh.
constantly. But the reason why I chose to specialize in that is that actually I was not formally diagnosed until I was in grad school, and you have to go to therapy to be a therapist. And despite
Wow.
childhood reports that are just so like meticulously a picture of a child with an attentive ADHD, they weren't diagnosing necessarily differentially when I was a kid, and also not a boy. And so
Yeah.
I was not diagnosed until later, and the same thing with the autistic traits that I have were not diagnosed also until much later, because most of what I experience that actually did qualify me for subclinical autistic diagnosis is my sensory experience of the world.
Wait,
Follow
can you delve into that?
Yes.
And I'm gonna try
So
not to self-diagnose, and I'm just gonna be like, or like picturing you in the world.
yes. So and the other thing was also it did ping very slightly in that I'm hyperlexic, so I don't have too little speech, I had too much. And also in my what presents sometimes as like social naivete, like I very much choose what I say because it is what I mean to say. It's not that I can't speak figuratively or metaphorically, but it's very specific to what I'm trying to say. And what I didn't understand, especially when I was a teenager, is I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna select the exact right words to convey this information to someone." And someone would be like, "But what do you really mean?" And I'm like, "No, I said the thing." And they're like, "But why did you say it so fancy?" And I was like, "Because those are the words that mean the exact
Oh
thing."
my God. I've
Wow.
literally had bosses sit me down in their like bosses that really respected me and I was doing a great job. And they called me into their office and I'm like, am I getting fucking fired? And they'd be like, bro, you've got the job. Everybody likes you. You can stop speaking in flowers. And literally this was said to my German boss.
Yes.
And he was making an effort to like meet me halfway in my language, like stop speaking in flowers. And I said, no, but that's exactly what I mean. Like, I
I
don't
need
know
all
how
the
to not
words.
do it that way. In fact, I don't even know how to see the world that way. That's
It's
actually
yes.
what I'm thinking.
It's so challenging, and the more I learn about, like, cross neurotype communication, the more I'm like, "Oh, this is where so many things have gone, like, so sideways," and that's why I started specializing in it is that, 1, I didn't realize that, like, that was who I was, and also as a therapist, oftentimes people are sometimes consciously and sometimes unconsciously drawn to people who mirror what they're experiencing. So oftentimes people, unless they're like just assigned a therapist at random, they often are going to find that they resonate with someone who has some similarity in their lived experience. And especially when it comes to neurotype, where, for instance, like my current therapist is neurotypical, and bless her, she's been really amazing working with internal family systems, which is something I really wanted to learn about. But like she has said that she has learned more about both ADHD and autism working with me because she didn't understand as much about the adult presentation as well as the raised femme presentation, as well as the high masking, which refers to the ability to kind of not pretend that you're neurotypical, but essentially mirror neurotypical traits consciously, that it then becomes unconscious, but it's very taxing. Like after a while, you're really tired. That's why sometimes social interactions are very tiring.
I said I wasn't going to self-diagnose.
I knew you
Craig
But
was having a
would.
moment.
yeah,
knew you
yeah,
would.
because I haven't ever heard it described like this.
Hmm.
And I want to say that like, okay, I'm gonna tell a story because hopefully it will like resonate with the audience and maybe they will understand and hopefully you can have some insight and see if I'm following your thread correctly. Um, so I grew up in the 80s and the early 90s and my mother very like wonderfully was like a really renowned special education reading teacher inside of my district,
Oh.
right? partially, yes, and she was wonderful at it, like really, and so many people that went through the school district that were even my peers that I didn't really know, like she helped them read, you know what I mean? Which is like huge, especially when you're in 5th grade and you've been like skirting that, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so anyway, but because of that, she saw people being misdiagnosed and overdiagnosed and overmedicated constantly
Right.
while I was wiling out.
Oh.
And wiling out in a way that like only when I felt safe to, because I was very good at being acting normal
Yes.
whenever I needed to, up to and including inside of therapy or some sort of analysis. I knew exactly what to say to get out of there
Oh, yeah.
with a top score, and I was I don't even know if I was consciously hiding it.
Oh, yeah, it's usually not conscious. That's the thing is it's a defense because we're often, rejected for who we are because like I said, when I said like, neurotypical, I do believe that there is a neurotype that we describe as neurotypical, but I don't think it's even the majority. So that's why I don't like to call it typical. It just is
Right.
what our society is currently geared around is that neurotype. Um but like we are often rejected for not even very subtly for not behaving in the way or presenting ourselves in the way of that neurotype, and so often unconsciously we start adapting to that, not because it resonates with us or even makes sense to us, but it's so we don't get rejected. It's so we don't get in trouble. It's so we don't face negative consequence. It's so we're more accepted.
And
Yeah.
and even more so, like I remember kind of the first like idea of ADHD, like the term coming into play, and there was a kid in my class who I'm not going to say their name. I caught myself there. There was a kid in my class that said, this might have been like 5th grade or something, that said like, "Oh yeah, I'm on medication now for ADHD because I'm a spaz." And I remember thinking to myself, I'm a spaz just like you.
Oh.
Not in a good way, but like in a worried way. Like, wait a second, I'm a spaz like you, and I'm not a problem. In fact, everybody loves me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not annoying anybody.
Mm.
And I didn't know, and to be honest with you, I was like checking myself, like, am I annoying people? Am I seeing the world the way that I'm supposed to, or am I just a real good liar? And
Right.
somehow, whatever lane that was, it continued forever until
Yes.
I was in my late 30s when I was like, wait a second, there's a reason why I haven't been able to read since I was in 7th grade.
Yeah.
It's because this thing has been getting out of control and worse and compounding my entire fucking life.
Oh, yeah, and it's exhausting, and that's why, like, people are like, "Oh, why is everyone being diagnosed now?" And it's like, 1, it's been around this whole time, but also you do hit or most people hit what's called neurodivergent burnout, where you literally just run out of whatever it is that you're able to mask. You just run out of that. And, like, all of a sudden, you're just like, "Well, I am just a messy, weird potato." Like
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the Tori Amos episode. I mean, people are little potatoes just waiting to sprout.
Exactly, exactly.
Uh,
Like, and you run out of whatever that thing is.
I
And
also do you think as both of you are talking, I'm also thinking, because for me again, I reached an age as an adult where I was diagnosed with ADHD, and a part of it was I was reaching burnout. But I also think that like I don't know, with the ubiquity of the internet and like the hustle culture, like I also feel like our world is being increasingly like built to not accommodate, you know, neurodiverse people.
Yes.
That like everything is moves faster. I mean, and also as you get to be an adult, there's more responsibility, and I have to perform more. I have to, there's so many situations where I have to perform. That it was exhausting as a kid, but as an adult with the responsibilities of an adult and the way that our world is going, I also feel like I'm not made for this world increasingly.
Yeah, and even my clients who, like, don't have ADHD have said the same thing, and that's why I
Yeah.
think that, like, our current system doesn't even serve, like, the quote
Yeah,
neurotypicals. So,
the
like
people whose brains are sort of like fit for the
Yeah.
system. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, if it doesn't even fit them, who does it fit? But that's
Yeah.
what you're speaking to is actually when a lot of people end up coming to therapy. And it was how I learned more about it, quite frankly, is exactly like you said. It's kind of like sometimes it's when people transition to going to college and all of a sudden they lose the like kind of scaffolding of having your environment at home where someone else is kind of running certain structures. It can happen when people go into the job market. It can happen when people move in with a partner. It can happen
Mhm.
when people have children. So it's like when you add these factors on, it's almost like people are able to like kind of fake it to a certain point, and then something happens that just overwhelms
Yeah.
all of the systems that they've put in place to kind of fake it, and they come in really distressed because then they're like, why have I been able to do things this whole time and suddenly I feel like I can't do anything?
Yeah, it can be really soul crushing and so like I was so good. I was thriving in certain ways and now I just feel like a failure and again like I can't do anything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because especially at the start of that burnout, that breaking point, there really is usually about 6 months to a year of recalibration
Yeah.
when you are genuinely because oftentimes it's so unconscious the way that we're masking and spending all that energy, you're exhausted.
Mhm.
And so it takes like a recalibration and then kind of a restructuring of how to lead your life in a way that does authentically match who you are in the best ways possible, particularly in a society that's not geared towards accommodation.
Yeah, and I think for me, I've also had to work through a lot of shame,
Yes.
around not feeling like I fit in, you know, and that like I'm just stupid. I can't, you know, work hard enough. Why can't I just hang out with people the way that other people can? Why do I always need to walk around? You know, like there's so many things that were drilled into me
You
that were
do
like
walk around
I
a
do
lot
walk
when
around
we're
a
hanging
lot.
out, yeah.
I like that Craig was just like, yes. The
Easy.
walking.
No, no,
Yeah.
just to be clear on this, and because I think that it's like so endearing and honest, but I want to underscore this. We were living inside of a house together. You were there.
Oh, that
Yeah,
house
yeah,
was
yeah.
so banana pants. I felt like it was like a Bret Easton Ellis, like,
Yo, yo,
fantasy land.
Yo,
Yeah, it was.
it was
Yeah.
pretty insane. But we were ordering everything in, all the groceries, all the food. My car was there. I didn't drive my car or leave
That was really
that
nice.
property
It was
like
really nice.
for 10 days or
Yeah.
something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um every day and only when they were holding their cell phone, right? Because there's no reason to actually put it in your pocket and like but like only when they were holding their cell phone, they were marking over 6,000 steps per day. Did not leave the house.
I was
Did not
so
leave the
glad that you
house.
asked me that because I don't like track my steps or anything. But yeah, there was one day where again where we're marking on, you know, when we're living together for 10 days, we get to know each other more. And
Yes.
walking around and he asked me, I was like, wow, yeah, over 6,000 steps. I mean, that checks out. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like me. Like I didn't realize how much, and I joke that like I wiggle constantly.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
am
God.
almost constantly
Yeah.
in motion, and
I'm that guy at
Yeah.
the movie theater that everybody's like, "Are you fucking serious?" And I'm like, "You want me to leave my legs at home? What do you want me to do? What do your legs do?"
what do your legs? What do legs do?
Yeah. If not move and wiggle.
Right.
That is what they are for.
I'm trying not to fly away, bro. Give me a break. You think I'm happy about it?
Yeah.
Seriously. Like I'm still when I'm asleep. Apparently, once I'm finally asleep, it's like, is she alive? But other than that, like same thing, like my step count, like I'm constantly moving, but like I would get in trouble at school. And
Same.
so
Yeah.
what I started doing, and this is why like it's so in a way, and I wish that there was a different word than diagnosis, almost
Mm.
like instead of like a gender reveal, like it's kind of like, here's your neurotype.
They just send it in the mail. It's got confetti.
Seriously, it's like, congratulations.
You're fucking insane.
Woo! You will never ever stop moving.
Holy cow. And everybody on the public transportation, somehow they're getting their neurotypes in the mail as well. So they're not staring at you when you're shaking incessantly in the corner. You know?
Exactly. like, because then I found other ways of dealing with like all of that activity. And the thing is, like, it's interesting that you said that your mom like worked in special education, and like some of my background was working with children that had developmental differences. But so many of the people that get services in a way, like they used to refer to it as more like profoundly affected, but oftentimes it's the people that have I would say greater difficulties with self-care skills, people who have difficulty with receptive or expressive language in particular, that people are under the impression that people who do not have expressive language, like verbal expressive language, don't understand, which is absolutely not true.
Yeah.
So I find that like there's, that people, that's what they thought a lot of these things were, where it's like if you are affecting someone's ability, if something is affecting someone's ability to practice self-care or to pragmatically engage in society, they're seen as very affected by this. Whereas someone who is not, but who in a way is experiencing their differences internally, that doesn't really get flagged as much. And that's what we are understanding more about now. But that's exactly like you said, the shame aspect, where I remember like, and it also like another reason why I chose to specialize in it is a lot of people were coming to me with relational challenges
Mhm.
because of it, and not realizing that that's what was
Oh,
impacting
let's crack
their
that.
relationships.
Can I ask you a relationship question?
Craig, I love your stance right now so much.
It's like I'm posing for Playgirl, and
Yeah.
I'm asking you about my mental health.
I'm just like, hey,
Hey,
hey, girl,
hey, I got problems.
you wanna counsel me?
Okay.
Greg, the therapist.
Well, this came up recently again in my life. What is that stupid fucking test called?
What?
Myers-Briggs.
Oh,
Oh, thank
yeah.
you, Chris. The Myers-Briggs test. Now, okay. Remember what I was saying about like knowing exactly what to say to a therapist to like
Yes.
get out of there? That's not a conscious behavior.
No,
It's
no.
yeah, it's like actually literally something where like not even for their sake, for my own sake, like I know how I want to be thought of,
Well,
right? I know
yeah.
the identity that I've chosen for myself, and I know what personality, like without even knowing what the answers are at the end, I can tell by the question what I need to do to affirm myself identity,
Well, we
right?
also one, just so you know, there's about a 60 to 80% overlap in diagnosis between ADHD and autism, but they are not the same. So know that if you
Right.
are self-diagnosing right now,
I'm not.
yeah, I was just like, one, know that like there is overlap, but like a lot of that comes from both ADHD and autism share often very strong pattern recognition.
Yeah.
And so we're really good at that. Also, some of us are very good mirrors. So we catch on really quickly to social patterns, not because like we're excited about them, but because we're like meta excited about
Whoa.
the pattern.
Mm.
And so that's why we're really good at giving people quote like the answer that they want.
Right.
People really like us for like 2 to 3 hours at a time.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly that. Like I can make the most intimate connections at a
Yeah.
hotel bar,
For a few
right?
hours.
And I don't even
Be the
drink.
most interesting person.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then like I'm done and they're done, you
Yes.
know, and I've already forgotten who they were.
Oh,
right?
yes. Oh,
Um,
yes.
But like I really like I didn't and by the way, nothing. Oh, wait, I'm getting sidetracked.
Oh, yeah, you
Yeah.
needed your Playgirl
So
question.
Myers-Briggs, right?
Yes.
So I was once asked to like take a Myers-Briggs test by somebody I was romantically involved with, and I was like, no, because it gives me anxiety to do that, and also like I felt like it was the equivalent of when I was like a 20 something breaking into like whatever world I was in with a bunch of adults, and sometimes they would ask me like, how old are you? And I felt pigeonholed immediately. Not that it wasn't informative, but it was like you're asking me to tell me like I'm too young for that, or wow, you're doing so well for how young you are.
Like,
And
what
either
Yes.
box am I
way,
supposed to put you
yeah, I
in?
don't want to be that to you, and especially to somebody that I was romantically connected with. I didn't want them to start evaluating me on what they thought that they fucking knew about whatever personality type I was going to be revealed as inside of this thing. I can't even stand my therapist getting that upper hand on me, much less my romantic partner, right? Okay. Am I fucking crazy or like
No.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
yes.
I'm not looking at this.
Yeah. I
I
get it.
mean, to unravel some of the threads, like one, we are very difficult to pigeonhole. Two, looking up the history of I think you would like looking up the history of the Myers-Briggs personality test, because it
Huh.
actually, yes, I was like, put that in the show notes.
Okay.
I was just like, look at me not doing an info dump. I'm so proud of me.
Okay,
But,
I want to get
but
back to that and
yes.
know why that is, but yeah.
But the things that you're speaking of are like the fear of being perceived and also the fear of potentially being misperceived.
Right.
Because much along the lines of the shame that you were talking about, frequently we are misperceived or intentions are ascribed to our behaviors that are not our intentions at all. And that can feel so uncomfortable. And so oftentimes like we might find ourselves like explaining our behaviors to people often, or trying to explain to people what it is we're
Jesus
doing and
Christ.
why.
I
Craig,
feel like literally 70% of my speech is explaining my speech.
yes. Yes, and, like, I often find that at the end of when I'm speaking, I'll often say, "Was I making sense?" Because I realized, yeah, that if I said to someone, "Oh, did that make sense?" Erroneously, then they thought I was saying, especially neurotypicals think you're saying, "Are you stupid?" Which is not in fact what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying, like, did my words come out in any kind of coherent manner? So that's why I started reframing it as like, "Oh, did I put that together well?" Or, "Oh, did I express that in a way that landed?" Like, to really make it clear that I'm saying, like, "Did I words that in a way that my words arrived to you?"
To you in a way that
Right.
you can understand.
Yes.
Yes, and
Yes.
furthermore, I have so much gotten into the habit now of like let's define what we're talking about. Let's use definitions to the words because I know what I mean when I say that, and I think I know what you're trying to say, but it's not what you're saying, and it's not what those aren't the words that I would have chosen.
Right.
But I'm doing some work on your behalf, and I need it to be let in. Am I doing the proper work?
Yes, yes, and, like, that kind of perception, and so when you're dealing with, like, broad strokes like the Myers-Briggs test or, I do think that, like, looking at attachment styles is important, but also they are not static,
Oh,
nor are
thank
they
you so much for saying that.
Wait, what is attachment styles?
I've had some like bad therapists and people like really pigeonhole me in specific attachment styles. And it's felt so offensive to me in the same way that Craig is like reacting around the
Yes!
Myers-Briggs, where I'm like, yeah, I like am avoidant sometimes, but it depends on the person. And yeah, with you, I absolutely am. And the more you tell me I'm avoidant, the more avoidant I'm gonna be.
Whoa.
Yes! That's exactly
Whoa.
I'm just like, "You think I'm avoidant now."
Yeah, really. Yeah, keep saying it.
Right.
What test that avoidance out?
Just you wait. Because also there is an aspect of neurodivergence that I love that there's actually two definitions of this acronym. It is PDA, and I can tell like who said this definition based on if they're neurotypical or not. So if a neurotypical perceives it, it is pathological demand avoidance. If a neurodivergent person were to say it, it is persistent demand for autonomy.
Oof.
Oh, whoa. I feel like
Mhm.
that is tattooed somewhere on my skin that I can't see. Like it
Yeah.
came from the
That's
factory.
you.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
Wow.
that's why, and by the way, like some of the neurodivergence that you mentioned your mom works with, like dyslexia, dyscalculia, those also are neurodivergences, but in this case talking about ADHD and about autism, because of the way our nervous, like literally our nervous systems are formed and regulated, we perceive even internal requests sometimes as an unwanted demand, and we go into essentially a fight or flight response. That's why you're like, do not tell me what I am. Big anger, I will fight you. It's literally
Holy shit.
yeah.
Aw.
It's literally a threat response.
Holy
And
shit.
This is
Chris, quit
fun.
laughing at me.
No,
this
it's
feels like we're at the Elephant
really
Man.
nice.
Holy shit.
I mean,
This
I
is really good.
yes,
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is really good.
I personally experience it when someone asks me to do something social, or even if I want to do something social internally, my first response is like literally like hiss, like no, like absolutely not. And they hypothesize that part of this comes from that we're so often, as people in a you're geared towards us world, asked to push past our own internal boundaries of our own comfort, of our own needs, that we're so used to things actually being aversive that it makes sense that our nervous system is like, oh, F that S. Like, and so even if sometimes it's something we don't even trust ourselves to hold our own, like, space for taking care of ourselves. So when I'm working with people that are working through PDA, what I recommend to them is being able to pause and one, expect that their first reaction to something is going to be hostile. Like, just expect that that do be the way. But then evaluate one, the question, where am I feeling that in my body? Take care of your body, and then be like, is this a threat to me? And do I trust myself to be able to take care of myself? And part of that could be, say, making a plan. Like when I'm socializing, I almost always have like an exit plan and a soothing plan for myself. And I'm very confident now in leaving a situation when I have reached my limit. Whereas before, I constantly would push past, so it was me that I didn't trust. Like I
Mhm.
it's me. I was the problem because I'd be like, oh, of course I should stay here for like 17 million hours because that's what people expect. Everyone else is staying for 17 million hours, and I'd reach hour like 14 million and be like, I'm unwell, but I'm going to stay here. I'm going to feel bad for 3 to 5 days.
Yeah.
Right.
And so once I started learning, like, to be able to trust myself to take care of myself, I'm much better at gauging if it actually is a no once I soothe my feelings, or if the no was just a residual, like, oh yeah, remember before when like you would constantly be pushed past your limits and it felt really shitty? Like, oh, okay. What's your plan for not feeling that way? Okay, yeah, we got a plan. Okay, cool, we're good. Like, but you have to kind of tune into that because otherwise, like, there's so many things that just we are constantly being pushed, and it's not even outside our comfort zone. It's literally causing us distress, and that's why our body is just like, stay away from that thing, is distressing.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that is that there's like in my in my experience, it kind of conflated the two of those in a way where it was like um everything was uncomfortable.
Yes.
Everything was uncomfortable, and in fact, I saw kids with Kool-Aid mustaches, like, throwing fits in Kmart, and I was like, "I get it, but get it fucking together, you animal." Like, it's not okay to act like that, and and that grew into my, and I'm just kind of now starting to really understand this about myself, my inability to respect other people respecting their own boundaries, because that is, to me, that is life living beyond your boundary.
Oh yeah, that's why I was like, I'm so sorry to everyone that dated me in my 20s. I'm staring into the camera. Because my options are either no eye contact or I'm gazing. There's no in
I
between.
relate to that.
Whoa.
I
Whoa.
don't have a modulation there. But because I was so used to overstepping my own boundaries, I expected that of others and would be mad when they didn't do
When
that.
they did it, like, how dare
Yes.
you not overstep all of the boundaries just like I
Yes.
am? Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm destroying myself for you. Why aren't you doing the same?
Exactly. And I'd be like, what crime is this? Instead of
Yes.
being like, perhaps not destroy self for other person.
Mhm.
That did not track until my 30s. Like I said, I'm very sorry if you're out there.
Oh, wow.
But like
You know what, Chris? I'm every everybody that I've ever known, I'm sorry. Okay, but I can start again new now.
This feels like okay. I feel like this is the Yom Kippur session.
Yeah, whoa, that's isn't that the truth?
We're just atoning now, but like that's why
Yeah,
people come in so often with relational issues, and that's why like it's funny that you're like, oh, and you're starting a second podcast. The reason why I'm passionate about that podcast is because that is what we were talking about, is the way that neurodiversity affects relationships, culture, sexuality, all of those things, because it's so often seen as just oh, are you good at school? Can you go to work? Like things like that. Or like you said, can you not have a meltdown with a Kool-Aid mustache? Um,
right.
but it's so much more than that, and it has such a global effect that often it's our internal experience, our relational experience that's affected. And
Yeah.
it's
Right.
distressing. And oftentimes, like you had said, like it's often like I had 2 therapists in a row be like, wow, you really have to work on that anxious avoidant attachment. It's not, it's because my brain doesn't make dopamine on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Right.
I need lots of breaks from people and a lot of alone time, and that doesn't mean there's something wrong with me that I need to fix.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It just means my nervous system is on a hair trigger. It's
Yeah.
accurately named.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, now allow me to like re-challenge what I just accepted as a truth in a way, right?
Excellent.
Okay, so also though, I think that like I sometimes kind of resent when people expect me to respect their nature, because I also feel like the best things that humans have ever, the only things that are respectable that humans have done have gone against their nature. You know, it's like society goes against our nature of like killing and forage, you know what I mean? And in some sort of way, like the brutality of the animal world is not interesting or attractive to me. It's it's the intellectualizing of our reality and challenging ourselves to in public respect the public spaces. In fact, I was thinking like just like we were talking about being on the bus, I'm rocking back and forth, and only until like 3 songs deep am I realizing, well, I don't really take the public transportation, but when I used to take the train, like 3 songs into my ride, I'm looking around and I'm like, "Oh, I'm the insane person that they're looking at." Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
that's also very LA, where it's like if you can't spot the unhinged person on public transport, it's because it's you.
Maybe it's you.
right.
Yeah.
Because I'm like rocking back and forth, and I'm not really thinking about it, but also like there was a point early on where I was like, "Oh, you're rocking," and then I forgot to like do anything about it, and I just
Yes.
kind of go into like a comfort zone, you know?
Yeah.
And then I realized, and then I'm like, "Oh, I'm making everybody uncomfortable. This is a public fucking space." And so like something that I've been kind of arguing, like there's nobody that's more terrified inside of public spaces than me. Yet I feel like I'm the only person there respecting that it's a public space and not just doing whatever the fuck I want, and screaming and
Oh,
stinking and
Greg.
fucking, like at least when I check myself and I realize I'm shaking, I button up and I try not to touch anybody. And I'm like a vampire in a fucking coffin when I'm focused, you know? So like okay, that was wordy, but like there's my challenge to like always being our authentic self, because it it's not so decent or mannered. I didn't mean to point at you when I
Well,
said mannered.
well, I
And mannered generally, and I believe in manners. I believe in
Well,
decency.
I think that there's a difference between causing someone a slight bit of discomfort or confusion and causing someone harm or being unkind to someone. Like I
Or
don't
but
yeah.
also letting yourself go sometimes can be really imposing on a public space that isn't deserved of that like world,
I think
you
that
know?
you're talking like very black and white here.
I
Like
am, I
like as
am.
if you
Yeah, you're right.
shaking is the same as, somebody like spitting all over the ground,
Fair, fair.
Like I think that you could think in like complexity and nuance, and
You're
that
right. You're right.
there are
Yeah,
like,
you're right. You're right. You're
because
totally right.
I need to like stim on the subways,
Same,
but I'm
same.
not. bothering any. I just sort of feel like the kids who kind of do that, who just kind of like wiggle in their seats.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
like
like
the adults do that.
I was gonna say, I feel like, and if anything, sometimes being authentic in a way that does not encroach upon someone. Like that's the thing is
Right.
like if you're wiggling someone else's seat,
Yeah,
I
right.
could
Okay.
understand
Okay. Yeah, you're
like
right.
that you might, or like if you're say like I tend to sometimes like listen to a song over and over again, but then sometimes if I'm not thinking about it, I might start like singing along, much like I sang along to Cats and needed to use my inside voice. Where it's like if I am maybe interrupting someone else's experience of the world, then I'm gonna be like, okay, like what, but I think of like in class, like when I was a kid, the things I would get in trouble for because I didn't know what stimming was, and because I was inattentive and not hyperactive, and in a way, a quote pleasure to have in class.
Oh God, I
Yeah,
heard that all the
that
time.
old
Yeah.
chestnut. Like, I would braid and unbraid my hair. I would take things in and out
Uh-huh.
of my pencil box. So things that were like keeping me actually paying attention that weren't technically bothering anyone
Yeah.
else. But some teachers were like cool with that and some teachers weren't. But I think that as a society, I think it's okay to learn to be more tolerant of how people are navigating the world as
Yes.
long as it's not like harming you. Like I can
Yeah.
totally understand what you mean of like, if you're wiggling and it's wiggling someone else's seat, that might not go well.
Yeah.
But if you're wiggling like on your own, like you do you, boo. Like,
Yeah.
and so that's the thing is it's like, it is okay to be attentive to how is this affecting other people. But and it's much like, I would say I sometimes will think carefully, like I said, about what I'm going to say. But some of that is one to convey the meaning of what I'm saying, but also some of it is because I'm factoring in social conventions. Like I
Right.
literally sometimes have to remind myself in conversation to be like, put in the niceties.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like
Oh my
just
God.
enough exclamation mark.
Yeah.
Put in the fluff. People like the fluff, even though if
Uh-huh.
someone is speaking to me with no fluff, it's so relaxing to me because I'm just like, oh, thank you. I know exactly what you're trying to say. We've had this pragmatic exchange. We've gotten the thing done. I wish you well. Goodbye. Like, I love it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're like really singing my song right now. But here's the other thing. Yes, it's tough. Yes, it's taxing. I don't know if I would like it any other way because I get a lot of value out of, and this is something that you were touching on earlier, like I'm in my maybe neurodivergence as I'm starting to realize that inside of that I am uniquely developed to meet people where they're at.
Yes. Which is an amazing talent.
Right. And I'd enjoy it. And it's like my reality is like kind of based on being able to do that. Um, now, where maybe I'm trying to get with all of this is also maybe being able to to feel like I'm being met at the same like
Yes.
feel like I am being understood the same way that I'm really deeply understanding everybody else without
Yes.
having to explain myself a million times and without them having to affirm to me in some sort of like you were saying by hating me like I can't really trust you until you've given me criticism that opens my eyes. Does that make sense?
That totally makes sense because, like, also, I mean, I really like when people give me, what I would describe as much like the hater comments.
Yes.
I'm now negotiating my water.
Yeah.
Like, stay
Things are
stay
difficult in an
hydrated.
opium bed. It's not all easy in an
I was
opium
gonna
bed.
say the opium bed doesn't have any cup holders. Like, what were they
Oh,
thinking?
should've had
300
cup
years
holders.
ago, they were just like, "Does no one need hydration in this
You don't
world?"
need any cups where we're going.
Oh my god. But yeah, like what you're saying touches on like what I've dealt with, I would say relationally, and what a lot of people come in with, and what spoke to me and what you said about perception, where since like you are such a wonderful mirror for others and it is a talent that you possess and that to an extent like I have noticed that I possess as well, it's using that mirroring judiciously, but also this was something that I'm still working on, which is allowing people to see me beyond me mirroring them, but that does open me up to them authentically liking or disliking me.
Shit.
Oh,
Oh, whoa, no,
buddy!
that's so real. It's so real.
Yeah.
Because actually the last therapist that I fired, the only thing that they said to me that was profound was, "You're not as good of a friend as you want people to think of you as, because we were speaking, and I was saying like I have, in my adult life, I don't think I've ever slept on somebody's couch. And since I've moved out of my parents' house, 18 years
Right.
old, right? So since then, I've never slept I have had dozens of friends,
Yes.
multiple times stay on my house, and I would be offended if they did. If I ever ended up in their city, I wouldn't even think to ask them.
Yes.
I would book a hotel room
Yeah.
and call
Yeah.
them, and I'd say, "Hey, if it's not a problem, could I mean, for instance, my lovers, when every time that I'd go into their bathroom, I'm dating them for 4 years, when I go over to their apartment, I say, "Is it okay that I get a cup? Is it okay that I
Constantly.
use the
Yeah.
restroom?"
Oh yeah. I am
I'm like a vampire, right? You
I
have to
literally
invite
was
me.
just gonna say I operate on vampire rules as well.
Yes.
And
Oh,
like
God!
and like that's the thing is like it takes, and I have to say I hate it, but also it's the only thing that I have found that has profoundly shifted my relationships, is that I have to let people see those parts of me. And I don't like it.
Right.
But it also means that, like, for so long I was like, why do I feel like in my relationships I am the couch haver, not the couch sleeper as
Yes.
well, where
Yeah.
it's like, because I didn't allow myself to do that, not because other people were stopping me. Like this wasn't
No.
me. Like
No. I've never asked, so how would I know?
exactly.
But I would never I feel so uncomfortable, like, putting them out, but anyway, what my therapist said directly was that you are not the friend. You don't let them be the friend to you that
Yes.
Yes.
you demand being for them.
Uh-huh.
And I
Yes.
thought, "Oh, whoa,
Ooh.
now you're putting it in language that I can understand." There's, like, this power dynamic that I am keeping myself in this position of, like, "You owe me that I'll never cash in on,"
Yep.
in this fucked up, like, weird way, that I don't even know what I'm getting at. I mean, I'm certainly not getting anything good out of it.
No, it's to keep ourselves safe, because I very much
Right.
relate to that, and having to the way that someone framed it to me that I was able to understand was like, "Hey, Pam, you love helping people so much. You love encouraging things in people like this. Why don't you give someone the gift of allowing them to do that for you?" And I was just like, "Oh, I'm actually denying someone that if I
Yeah.
am not
Yeah.
letting them in like that, because yes, some people will disappoint you. Some people will reject you. However, more often than not, what I found is actually the people that I finally gave them the chance to do that, they were like, "Oh, thank God." Like, they were like,
Finally.
Right.
Yeah.
"Finally."
Yeah.
Like, and so really, there are some relationships in my life that did fall away, but there are others that, like, really deepened, and then the relationships that came in when I was ready to meet someone more, like, reciprocally in that way. But it does take, for me at least, conscious effort to be like, "Oh, yeah, I'm not being, like, bad or wrong or taking advantage," or, like, all those stories I have about it, because, like, 1, the worst someone can say is no, and that's fine. It's actually the imagined rejection that's far more painful to me than if
Yeah.
someone's just like, "Oh, no, that wouldn't work out that way." I'm like, "Oh, okay, fine, it wouldn't work out that way. That's
Yeah.
fine." Um,
Right.
but it was really difficult, like, to step into that role because it is more vulnerable, and that's when you said, like, the avoidant thing, that's so many therapists were saying, like, "Oh, you're avoidant," and in a way, like, I was, but some of it was because I'm just like, "Oh, no, like, if people see what's actually behind all of this competence, they're gonna be so confused."
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, "It's held together with paper clips and chaos, what?"
Yeah, and they're not
Oh,
gonna know
that's
what to
it.
do with it, you know? Yeah, it's like, I know what to do with you, but there's no way
Oh.
you're gonna know what to do with me if you get behind the curtain.
Yeah, like, that's one of my friends was mentioning that, like, and this is on Neuroprovocateurs is gonna come out at some point when I finish editing it. We're also waiting on the logo, which is looking amazing. But, like, spoiler, Lori brought up that, like, they were one of my podmates during the pandemic, and then they stayed with me for a few weeks when they were in LA. And we're used to each other's cadences, but they were bringing up, especially with romantic partners, that it gave them great anxiety to live with someone because then they would see beyond that, like, beyond the competent one, beyond the one that has the couch, beyond all of that. And what's beyond all of that is sometimes someone who goes nonverbal.
Someone who paces around the house for 6
Shit.
hours.
Oh, right. That's
Yeah.
it.
I mean, you're the first person in a very long time that I've shared like a house with for an extended period of time where I have felt able to get closer to like, where I don't know, like you don't feel like a person a lot of the time, which is like
That's
a
the
compliment.
highest praise
Yeah.
that I can give someone is you don't feel like
You don't
people
feel
to
like
me.
people. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, even my
Yeah,
last 2
yeah.
long-term relationships, I wasn't able to stay at their house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It had nothing to honestly, it had nothing to do with their home. It had
No.
nothing. It had to do with like being at the mercy of somebody else's kindness or like a tit for tat that they were keeping score of, and like somehow now I owed them something, and I know that I don't operate that way, so that's okay. I'll take the obligation, and then I don't have to be insecure about this being done with some sort of conditionality.
Yes. Yes. And
It's exhausting.
It's
so
really
tiring.
It's just like, again,
exhausting.
it's a
It's
constant
exhausting for the
math.
people that care about
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's what's so sad is that without
Yeah.
revealing like these parts of ourselves, like the people that care about us like don't even know. Like that was always my struggles. I was like, I feel like some of the people who are close
Yeah.
to me don't really know me. But I'm like, oh, that's on
Yeah,
me.
isn't that the fucking truth? Okay, we are like sailing by in this episode
Yeah.
because this conversation is going so well. And
Uh-huh.
one aspect that we're missing is our callers.
Oh,
So
yeah. Oh, right. We're
like
a call-in show.
yeah,
Hi,
yeah,
friends.
we're a call-in show. So I want to take a breath for our callers. I want to first
Yeah.
look into the camera and say, I know you are listening because I see the numbers on the YouTube thing and I see you guys talking there. And I can't be the fucking only one that is having epiphany right now.
No.
Okay? Please save me from myself and let me know that I'm not the only one enjoying this. And so now I've made my plea and I'm going to give you a little bit of time to do that. And the time that I'm going to give, and I want to kind of set this up, there's this wonderful documentary by Michael Lucid, okay, and you can find it on YouTube. And I found it several years ago, and it's called Dirty Girls, and homage to this like high school wardrobe that we're putting on, and kind of like
Yes.
digging into like where I came from. Fucking this is exactly the era that I found Tori Amos. Is this snapshot of these young women's middle school into high school experience, and I couldn't identify with it more. So yet another snapshot through the lens of these girls, where I think that we'll all be able to find some identity. And in the meantime, please call us and speak with Pam. You don't. I'll go away. I'll leave, and then Pam will be here, and Mallory will be here. Yeah. I can take off. I can take
Are
off.
you guys just gonna go and like be like, I'm just gonna sit on some other upholstery?
There's plenty of upholstery here for sure. Okay, so Chris, you want to please set up that video, and we'll be right back in a few minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dirty girl.
For that.
Do you consider yourself a riot girl?
Yeah, I do. Because I think that a riot girl is someone who doesn't believe in the way that women are treated in the society right now. And not only women though, it also has to do with different, like, any prejudice, like racism or sexism, or even against gays and bisexuals. And it's just, we really hate that kind of stuff, and we're willing to stand up against it and state our opinions and not just like hide behind barriers like a lot of women do. A lot of women like get all this crap from all these guys and they just turn around and walk away, but we're the type of people that aren't going to turn around and walk away. We're going to walk up to them and confront them and tell them what they're doing wrong and just let them know so it gets through their mind.
But I remember like last year you guys would wear lipstick all over your face.
What? I never wear lipstick all over my face. Just
well, and like
did that for just because like
to prove
felt
it.
like because so many people like would get mad. She was kind of like pissing them off, but because they were like, oh my god, look at that lipstick, and so it's kind of like, yeah, look at it. Okay.
No.
I went to camp, and the first day I was at camp, everyone said, I mean, I didn't even know these people, and the first day they were like, that's the girl who didn't take a shower since Kurt Cobain died. And, I mean, that would be like a long time not taking a shower.
I think the bottom line is probably just attention most of all.
Attention, and something's wrong inside the home, and they need some sort of attention from their parents to act totally different and totally like out of whack.
Just a rebellion thing.
That's the easiest thing to do, to rebel. And especially if you come from a wealthy family, the first thing that people expect from you is to be clean and to look nice. So that's the first thing that they're going against.
My housekeeper gave me this shirt.
My shrink gave me this shirt.
It was basically like after my parents kind of separated, and I was just like,
That had a lot to do with it. We were just the most perfect family. We were the ideal family that anyone could be, and then when they separated,
except for we didn't go golfing on Sundays.
For me, I didn't notice it. Amber noticed it a little bit more before we actually had the big like fight conversation or whatever. But it was such a shock to me that I kind of like freaked out.
I like thought, fine. I don't care. I was like, not that they separated, but I was just like, I'm not gonna do anything for anybody anymore. I mean, I'm not gonna look good for anybody, because, why should I? Then I started getting clear in my mind. I can be whoever I want to be. I don't have to dress for anyone. I don't have to look for anyone. I don't have to do anything for anyone.
That's
I can
a
just
big part of it.
be myself.
So I hope you all will see there just isn't a place here for me. Look around and feel like somebody must be fucking with me. I just can't.
This is our zine.
Yeah, this is like a women's rights magazine, and like
It's just basically about riot girls and our opinions on how women are treated in the society.
there was this guy who was reading it, and like he was reading some like the personal stuff, and he was like laughing and saying it's like all bullshit, and I was like, no, it's not, and he was like, no, it's not.
Basically, we're against most of the ways that like men treat us and how they're not even aware that what women are feeling, and also with the fact that a lot of women are in competition with each other when they should be like together.
And it's really like, it's not funny. This is like not a joke.
Now this is an example to me of dime store feminism. Because look at it, it's like all this like stuff like, oh, I have a right to be mad, I have a right to be sad, I have a right to be disgusted. You don't have a right to tell me to shut up, so don't even try. Like, what is that? Like, is that supposed to be like, oh, I'm all hard and I'm a woman and I know how to fight people?
Oh my god.
I know.
I haven't seen this.
I haven't seen it either. Okay. They haven't seen it, so let them see it. Look at it. Isn't it like ridiculous?
Wow.
So don't even try. So you don't have to write this on me not to try.
Ew!
And
Now I realize you killed yourself. I feel your plastic surgery. Bleaching beautiful hair and perfect figure. I thought nobody could be as beautiful as you. Go ahead, cover up yourself. Your true beauty Go ahead, throw yourself away. I wish I never fell for you. For your doll parts.
Like pictures of women like exploiting themselves and then like getting really mad at it. It's like it's nothing new. It's just nothing new, and I don't know
It's not
why
even
it's such a
anything.
big deal.
It's not creative at all. It's like
guys, they're 13 years old.
I know, but
I said I think it's brilliant. This is absolutely wonderful. It's like this Marxist critique of the world.
How can that be a Marxist critique of the world?
Because I truly believe that capitalism is the most evil force in the world. That's a perfect statement right there.
Hi there, Bert. What you doing?
Oh, hi, Ernie. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm dusting my paperclip collection.
Oh. Hey, Bert. Would you like to play a great new game with me, Bert?
No, Ernie. I don't think so. Not right now.
You don't want to play a game with me, Bert? Oh, woe is me.
Ernie, hey, don't be so sad. I mean, if it means so much to you,
Sad? Sad? Did you say sad, Bert?
Yeah.
Well, then you're absolutely right, Bert. I was sad. You're very good at this game, Bert.
What are you talking about?
You see, it's the feelings game, Bert. See, I was pretending I was sad, and you guessed right.
Pretending?
Mm-hmm.
Feelings game?
Right.
Listen, Ernie, I said I did not want to play your game, and I still don't. Okay? Maybe later, please.
Maybe later? Oh, yeah? Is that right? Well, listen, Bert. Listen, if I just ask you to play a little game and you don't want to play my game with me, is that right, Bert?
Whoa. Ernie, come on. Don't get so angry just because I don't want to play your game.
Did you say angry, Bert?
Yes, I said.
You're right once again, Bert. You're very good at this game. That's terrific. You see, I was pretending that I was angry, Bert. Okay, Bert. Now it's your turn.
Ernie, I am not going to play this game.
Angry, right?
Yes, I am angry.
I knew it. Very good. That's one for Ernie. Okay, do another one.
No, I will not.
Angry again, right? That's two angries, right? One more. Disenchanted.
What?
Fear, right, Bert?
And we're back with me. Wow. This has been such a great episode thus far. And I'm so excited that actually normally I love doing this show so much. But it's one of those things where like in the middle of the night, I'm normally just like so in my own head about
3
what
hours
we're
is a long
doing
time, first of all.
and tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know how I'm gonna make like and tonight it's been totally different. So let me reintroduce our guest, Pam Shaffer, from the Why Not Both podcast, the neuro what is it? It's a great title.
We made up a word, and that word is neuroprovocateurs.
Neuroprovocateur. It sounds much better than the terms that we've been using.
Well, that was my intention. Is that
Yeah.
there's, because I'm just like, embrace it, maximize it. Like, yes, I do think that I don't like when people are like, oh, being neurodiverse is always a superpower. I'm like, no, that's privilege. No, we are very dinged for it when we cannot have accommodations or pay for things to get out of it. But I do think that, like, in some ways, there are ways to embrace, enhance, and be authentic while also acknowledging we do live in a world that does not cater to us. But the more we
Right.
embrace and enhance ourselves, the more we change the world. Question mark?
You know what I just
Whoa.
thought? Yeah, amazing.
Whoa.
And what you just said about because I hate when people say that it's a superpower, and I've never sat and thought about exactly why. I mean, it is a privilege, but also I think when I've heard it, it's like neurotypical people saying it as an excuse to not accommodate or to like change
Oh my God.
what they're doing, you
Yes.
know, that it's like, oh, you're so special, it's a superpower. And it's like, I don't know, it feels like you're just like casting me away. Like, you go have
Yes.
your superpower over there.
You
Don't make
you
me
you go
learn
be
about
a
it or change it.
yeah, you go be a zoomy over there.
Yeah.
Do the zoomy things.
Yeah.
Whoa, ain't that the
Yeah.
fucking truth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we could get right back on that track, but I do believe that we have a caller. Let
Ooh.
me stand up in respect to our caller on the line. Caller, do you hear me?
Hello, it's Diana.
Oh,
Hi,
Diana.
I don't know
Pamela,
what just happened,
yeah,
but that was
yeah,
amazing. The entire emotional tenor was
Pam,
phenomenal.
Diane is a wonderful, yeah, friend,
Friend.
and several. They've called in several times. Um, I could kind of preface their story, but let's just hop into it with Diana.
Yeah.
Diana, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Huh?
so what's on your mind tonight? What can we
You know,
talk about with you?
I've always been curious about, how I never knew that there was a label in regards to, when I've always, in regards to when people speak to you and you never realize that they never, that when you speak to them, you speak to them, but then they never hear you the way you realize when you speak to them. They
Mm.
hear you differently. I never realized that at all. So I'm like, I'm telling you something and they hear you differently. I never realized that there was
Pam,
a label
does
for
that
that.
make sense to you?
Yes, because what you're speaking of might have to do with two different factors. There's cognitive empathy, which is theory of mind. So that's being
Mhm.
able to guess how someone else might be thinking about what you're saying. And then there's
Mhm.
affective empathy, which is where you might be able to anticipate how someone is feeling or how they might feel
Mhm.
based on what you've communicated. And
Mhm.
sometimes it can be very difficult to incorporate those two things into your communications. And so sometimes essentially we guess right and sometimes we guess wrong. And sometimes we're very
Yeah.
we are dinged in our society for when we guess wrong,
Mm.
even if it's with really good
Yeah.
intention. And so sometimes when we try to
Yeah.
clarify, try to get on the same page with someone, if we haven't guessed right in either cognitive,
Mhm.
what someone's thinking, or affective in how someone might feel, people sometimes read negative intention into what we're saying, and that can be really awkward because we're like, "No, I wasn't trying to say something negative at all." So
Mhm.
that's why sometimes things can go where there can be kind of a gap in what you're sending and what someone might be receiving.
Yeah. That's how I live every day.
Yeah, you're
Aw.
like,
Diana, I love you.
Wow.
Yep, that's my life.
well, I hope that there are people in your life that do give you the benefit of the doubt and do give you grace, that you do have good intention, and
Yeah.
that even
Yeah.
even in those moments.
My boss is slowly coming around to this. I'm like,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but that's not what I meant. That's not how it was in my brain. And that's why
Mm.
I look at texting, I'm like, it takes me a long time. With texting, oh my gosh, sometimes that's great for me. I'm like, I look at it, I'm like, okay, that's exactly what I meant to say. And sometimes I'm like, is that
Oh.
really what I mean to say? So texting is sometimes a blessing for me.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I do.
and
I do.
sometimes
Yeah.
I go back in my text. I'm like, oh my god, who the fuck wrote this? Years. I'm like, I wrote that. I was like, what personality? Sometimes I'm like, did I really write that? I'm like, damn, that's really good.
Like, I am so smart and articulate.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
it's really
that's
good. I'm like, wow. So sometimes it's amazing that I can write things amazingly well. I'm like, wow, did I really say that? It came out okay. I really did say that right. Okay, great. I'm gonna just shut the fuck up. Oh, great. It came out right. Okay, great. Okay,
yeah.
okay,
Well,
I'm
and
good.
yeah,
Thank you so
like
much.
I
So,
encourage a lot
so
of
I never
people.
knew. I never knew that there was words. There was an actual something.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
You
I thought it was weird. I thought it was weird.
No, no,
I
you
thought it
you
was
might
crazy or
also
dumb.
No, not at all. Like
Interesting.
you also probably are processing so much else that's going on. Like even me
Mhm.
talking to you
All the
right
time.
now, like you're processing all of that auditory
Mhm.
information, and if you're watching the visual information, you're taking in so much that that actually can
Oh
distract
yeah.
from what you want to say
Yeah,
because
and
that's
I'm
actually a very
constantly,
deep
and I'm at
process.
work.
Yeah.
I have to have so many things going on to keep me focused.
Yes.
Whoa.
I'm
Do you realize what
Yeah.
you just said? And see, now, so
Yeah.
like right now, I'm thinking to myself, Diana, like
Mhm.
what you
Mhm.
just said means something very specific to me, and to explain
Yeah.
to you what that is, it's contradictory in and of
I know,
itself.
right?
Like
I know. It is.
to stay focused,
It is.
you must be busy in several different
Have
ways.
5 other things
Now,
going
Yes,
it's contradictory, yet I
it is.
totally
I know it is
understand
because
what you're
when I'm
saying.
at, I could be going to, when in the morning, I'm constantly looking around. I'm reading. I'm having something in my ears constantly.
Mhm.
I have a podcast going constantly. I'm reading
Right,
news and I'm looking around to see what's going on around me. And I'm
right,
focused on everything. And I know when I'm listening
right.
and I'm reading and I'm consuming all of it all at once and I know what I'm reading, which is
So
what's going on.
So something very unique, Pam, about Diana, and Diana, I hope you don't mind that I bring up some of your past calls.
Oh no, no,
Um,
be my guest. I'm
great,
open
because
book.
I think that it might be very, an interesting conversation, especially with Pam here,
Mhm.
that you
Mhm.
we're dealing with a lot of anxiety, to the point where, in fact, actually, she passed out, lost consciousness to a certain extent.
Mhm.
And it was
Yeah.
very alarming to you. And then recently, after that, you started ketamine therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna do my
Um,
last one tomorrow.
Okay,
Ooh.
so can you
Dang.
update us on how that's been
Yeah.
going and how what has been your experience with this? I'm sure everybody's dying to know.
Well, I would honestly say my first and my second one were great, and then my third and my fourth and my fifth were because I feel like the potency weren't strong enough. So because I was only given so many uh, gram, the potency, the ketamine
Milligrams.
Yeah.
um, for for six for 6 treatments. So
Uh-huh.
I feel like after 6 treatments, I if I want more potency, I would have to buy more. So, but I feel
Uh,
like
I
after
see.
each treatment, I could have. I think the potency of the ketamine, if it was more, I feel like the experience would have been better.
Hmm.
So, because for treatment, let's see, 3, 4, and 5 were the same potency.
Uh-huh.
So
And
after
can you
Hmm.
after I took the after I had the ketamine in my system, I peaked at
uh-huh.
15 minutes. So
You peaked at
for or
15 minutes.
for maybe
Oh,
15 30 minutes, and after that
okay.
it was just like nothing.
This is all terminology that I can really understand. So you peaked at 15 minutes. That paints that illustrates like an interesting picture to me. So like you were kind of like on your way there for the first 15
Yeah,
minutes and then peaked and then it just
yeah,
dropped off. And
yeah.
did you feel um I know that this isn't exactly the same thing, but I have experienced that type of experience with psychedelics and maybe
Mhm.
even specifically like MDMA. And I
Yeah,
know that when I had that, like, oh, maybe I took too little of a dosage, that peak moment, it was followed by extreme anxiety to like fall back in some way.
Mm.
Does that make sense to
well,
you?
it wasn't really falling back. I was just like maybe because I knew what I experienced the first time and second time, and I was like, whoa, this is really cool. So
Uh-huh.
the anticipation of maybe I wanted that excitement again, and because I
Oh.
didn't have the same experience at that
Yeah.
high at like, oh wow, this is so cool. The first time was like, oh my god, it was amazing. The second time when I upped my dosage was like just as kind of cool. But
Mhm.
then when my the potency didn't go up, it wasn't as
Mhm.
exciting.
I
So
see.
I basically peaked at the dosage. So I
Did
mean,
you
honestly, I would do it again. I would encourage anybody to experience, because my eyes have been opened
Anna, can you say a bit
to the
more
whole
about, like,
experience.
how it,
Mhm.
like, facilitated your therapy, like, even if, the like, how the peak like, what happens at the peak for you? What kind of, like, therapeutic work happened in those
Oh, it was
moments?
just. I feel like it just it just opened my eyes to it how I looked at myself, how I
Mm.
just looked at how I how I oh just looked at everybody, at the world.
Mm.
In what way?
I'm just like
I don't mean to
it's like
badger
a
you, but like I'm very excited. Like what was that?
the
Where are you, where did you feel it?
um
Was that the proper usage?
I love I was like, I'm watching Craig do a therapeutic intervention.
what
That's
where
Oh
so
my
did I
god,
feel?
you're like,
Honestly,
Craig is here to
it was it wasn't more. I felt that it's it was just experiences in my life. It was those kind of like the feelings of it was resolve. It was
Yes.
not resolved. It was
Oh.
unresolved issues
Mm.
Yes.
that I had. It was like, okay, I'm okay with it now.
Did you was this home administered or was this administered
Yeah.
with a
Mhm.
facilitator?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did it at home,
Did you
and
have an
I listened
opportunity to
to.
do like integration with a therapist afterwards or talk about the experience with someone
Oh
who
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I have
Um
afterwards 3 days after each um session I talk with a therapist. Mhm. Yep.
excellent. Yeah, cuz
Oh
Craig
yeah,
that was
definitely. It's all
uh,
integrated with the therapist and then another person
yes.
um after each session. Oh yeah.
That can make such a difference, and
Mhm.
also to encourage you, like, know that you sometimes feel, especially when it's a round of, like, 6 to 10 sessions with ketamine, you might feel some of the effects of it about 6 months afterwards,
Oh,
is
sure,
sometimes what
sure.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that, like,
It tells
sometimes
you that it makes you feel like 2 weeks after you might feel like this week before. I'm like, no, I know, but it's
Huh.
still.
I didn't know that.
I feel like it's more. I feel more grounded than
Mm.
I feel like I would have in just in a lifetime in general is stuff that I've been procrastinating, and it's just
Mm.
resolved a lot of things that I've been putting off. So
So do you
it's positive towards stuff I've been putting off.
would you
It's been
care
working
very
for me.
much? And of course that's interesting, the procrastination issue. But
Mhm.
furthermore, would you care to? And it's okay if you don't care to get into it, but it might be interesting and enlightening to
Sure.
our audience as well. Getting into some of these unresolved issues that you felt like this helped bring some resolve to, maybe specifically, so we can kind of understand like that process?
Uh,
Again, I don't want to
boy.
put you on the
Uh,
spot, Diana. This is just, an opportunity for us as well as you, but I certainly don't want you to be uncomfortable.
Mm.
no, no. Well, um, hmm, the the unresolved issues. A couple of things is with my children and their dad,
Mhm.
right? So
Uh-huh.
it's just not living up to the expectations
Mm.
with my girls. And with them is they feel like they're okay.
Yeah.
They're on good grounding. So that was what my flash in the pan with them. It has been because they're good.
Yeah.
So it's just been very hard this whole thing.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of weight to be holding and feeling as a parent.
Oh yeah, just always didn't want them to um not you know be in the same situation as I be struggle, and they're
Mm.
doing good. Like both my girls have very good grounding under them. You know, my youngest works for Microsoft. My oldest, she works for a great security company. She's engaged, going to be married in
In what
2
ways do
years.
you mean
And
struggling?
huh?
In what ways do you mean struggling? You didn't want them to struggle like you have. In what ways do you feel like you struggled?
Constantly, because constant living paycheck to paycheck. I was on living assistant when I was younger.
Mm.
My the father didn't he left, and so I had them when I was younger, and mm, so he left, and I had nobody around besides my mom. So yeah, I used to be on assistance, and I had then I got off assistance, and then I worked. So and then they went to daycare, and between daycare, so I could never breathe. I was always going, 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 going. So
Yeah.
I've
That's
always
so much
I never
pressure.
knew anything but to. I've it's always I've always just never known anything but to go, 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 go. It's always tension and stress, and so I'm glad that they don't have to do that. They don't have to worry about that. So that's always been my hope that they don't have to stress like I have always had to all these years.
Diana, are you able to give yourself that now too?
Uh, a little bit, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think you deserve it, and I mean, it's also a gift that you could give your kids too. I think that's how I see this, like you doing
Ooh.
this therapy work and the ketamine
yeah.
assisted therapy is, I think that's a big gift that a lot of parents can give their kids is to be self-reflexive and be able to show up for them better. And that's what I sort of hear you
Oh,
trying to
Wow.
oh
do.
yeah. Yeah. I've always, anytime my kids needed me, I've always been there. So I've always
Yeah, but
returned the
but I
favor.
think what Mallory is also saying is that the best gift that you can give to your kids is to
Now,
be
especially that they're
happy.
adults. Yeah.
Is to
Yeah.
be happy and to be I don't by the way, I'm not asserting this to you. I'm like finding your enlightenment in my enlightenment,
Yeah.
that it can be a gift to the people who love you for them to see you happy
Mhm.
Yeah,
and to
I
not
know.
feel the stress that they have.
Mhm.
They can handle it, you know? Um, and they want to see you handle it as well, I think.
Oh
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah. Like it's such a beautiful gift that you're giving to yourself, which also does then model that for your children. Like
Mhm.
as adult children, like when we see our parents taking care of themselves and valuing themselves,
Mhm.
like we will always be our parents' kids even when we're
Oh, wow.
grown-ups. And
Oh
so
yeah.
when we see them modeling that of their own care for themselves, even when it's challenging or even when it's not what they expected, that encourages us to be brave and be able to do the same. And also, since we are adults, we're then able to reflect back and look at our parents and be like, gosh, I want them to experience all the wonderful things that they gave to me. Like, I can see
Mhm.
how much care you gave to your children. And as adults, I'm sure that that's so meaningful for them actually to see you reflecting upon that and taking care of yourself.
Mhm.
That's really powerful.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I hope so.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? The way that we mean it, Diana?
Yeah. It's been powerful to me to witness you do this, Diana, since
Yes,
I've known you, because I knew you before you started this, and I mean, I can feel the change in you.
absolutely.
hmm It's been a
Absolutely.
gift to the people around you already, so I can only imagine the impact on your kids.
Absolutely. It has been really, really wonderful to see you open up and
hmm
smile and laugh with us at times
hmm
and you know
Express yourself more.
express yourself.
hmm
We have like a little like group therapy. This is where we kind of all met. I call it group therapy. um and um and
Yeah.
and Diana is has really blossomed and now to the point where um she's making little jokes at
hmm
people, and like challenging people in
Challenging
a
them
in a
in
way that
really good ways, in ways
right.
that I have needed.
Yeah, yeah,
hmm
and it's it's been just a wonderful experience to see that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Stay in the frame, Greg.
Yeah.
There I go again,
Yeah.
Diana.
A couple of times.
But
And
have
you
you
too.
felt that? Have you felt the change inside of yourself? Have you felt more comfortable? I mean,
Oh
these are
yeah.
just things that we've noticed, but
Absolutely.
I'd love to ask you,
Yeah,
how have you felt as this has happened?
there's been a couple of times just I felt like the self esteem in myself. I'm like, I'm just gonna do it, and I'm like, what is what is someone gonna say no? I'm like, I'm gonna do it. It's me.
Hell
What are you
Right.
gonna do?
Yes.
No to me? So
Right.
I'm like, it's it's me. You don't pay my bills. You don't fucking me. Or, you
Yes.
know,
Love it. I heard that sass
you
in there.
ain't
I
paying
love
my
that.
bill.
Absolutely.
Any of the above. So you can go fuck off.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
that's how I look at life right now. And I look at like my little orb, like I look at my little orb of places of people of my area, and that's where it really is most important. And anything above my orb is really doesn't really affect me, unless
Yes.
exception of my Wednesday people,
And
my
Oh.
peeps at my work. That's
you know
how
what?
that's how I
And
look
these are
at life
words that
because
you
that's
passed along
how.
to me when I was
Mm.
feeling some sort of way. And it was helpful to me when you said like, listen, this doesn't belong to you, Craig. You don't
Yeah.
you
Stop
can't
paying
you
Yeah.
can't
attention
have
to that
stresses.
thing over
Yeah, you
there.
can't have stresses like
Yeah.
this. Like you're doing things just fine.
hmm
And that felt oof. That felt so nice to me to hear you say. And like, so this affirmation, this validation that you're finding in your own skin, you're lending it to
Mhm.
other people immediately. It's this um it's this unique way of like our what I've recognized as this process of learning things generally
Yeah.
is and maybe it's for me specifically, and maybe Pam, you might have some insight on this, but I tend to when I find something out that I find interesting, I delve
Mhm.
in so that I can like really kind of understand the context and
Yes.
what it is about it. And then like before I've even like actually solidified it in my mind, in fact, I know that it can't be solidified until my mind until I run to somebody and teach them what I just
Yes.
learned.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. And that's, I mean,
Mm.
one, that's an amazing way to learn something is to explain it to someone else
Mhm.
because then you're just like, "Oh, do I understand this well enough that I can convey it? And if I don't, let me look at it more and let me figure it out more." And also like Craig, what you're speaking to and what I'm hearing from Diana is that like it's misconstrued as being selfish or self-involved when we're quote working on ourselves or attending to ourselves, but caring for ourselves actually is community care. Like
Mm.
Oh,
when we are caring for ourselves compassionately, then we are showing up for
Yeah.
our community, for our loved ones, for all of that. Like those are reflexive. They are, and so it is not selfish to take care of yourself. It is not selfish to invest time and energy into yourself, because then you get to show up in the world in such a way that you're inspiring others, you're connecting to others, you're caring for them. Because if your cup is empty, you're not going to show up in that way. And so that's why, like, I advocate for that so strongly, and why, like, of course, yes, some people can act in ways that might come across as more self-involved. I'm not excluding that. But in general, when you're working on yourself and you're practicing introspection and you are seeking out like wonderful modalities of therapy like ketamine therapy and psychedelic therapy, like I'm a huge advocate. It's something that I'm learning a lot more about and that several people in my practice and some of my colleagues practice. And I find it fascinating because it does give you the visceral experience of a different emotional landscape than you would have otherwise. And that can help you then bring that into other aspects of your life. But yeah, like when you're working on that, you are giving yourself a gift that gives everyone else a gift. I'm like, it's a twofer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. Do you feel that?
absolutely.
Do you feel that in your life? Do you feel that in your experience right now?
Oh, definitely.
Cool.
Boom. Boom. All right. Well, you know what, Diana? We got like right into it with you. While we have Pam here, was there anything specifically that you might want to ask or talk to Pam about without my influence here?
Oh, Craig.
You could try.
Um, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I
have
didn't
no
mean to
idea.
put you on the spot.
I mean, this has been a really great call, Diana. We always love when you call in.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
well,
I'm
then how about
kind
this,
of like,
Diana? We really loved your call, and in fact, I just noticed what time it is, and it's midnight in the
yeah,
east, which means,
What?
or I mean, wait, but midnight,
What?
or no, 2 o'clock
it's actually
a.m.
fall back.
Oh, so time's gonna be
So
changing
so
Oh,
for
it's
some
time
actually
people
it's
right
not
so
fall
now?
back
time
yet
is
for me.
Oh my
changing
gosh, is
right
it
Wait,
now.
it's also it is,
It doesn't
isn't
change.
it?
Actually, it
It's
doesn't change back
Day,
to two
yeah,
o'clock.
daylight
it's
savings
daylight
time,
savings time,
right?
and this is fall
It doesn't change
Fall
back.
to two
back, and
o'clock
I think that
actually.
we might have
So, but
some
anyway,
sort of
it's all
like
good.
corresponding
I'm
video
gonna let you
or
guys
nightly
go.
readings or something. So
Bye,
oh, so,
Diana. Yeah.
Diana, I love
Bye. It was
you.
good
We
talking to
Diana,
you
I
love
guys.
really, really
you.
love
Mwah.
you. Thank you
Love you
so
guys.
much for being here.
Diana, I'm so glad I got to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was good talking to you. Bye bye.
All right, and this is a call to action that as we play whatever Chris has lined up, give us a call. And again, sincerely, I want you to know, this is like in my grandmother's voice right now. Like
Oh,
you don't have to say much. You can call and just say hello. There isn't a hook here, and we want to talk to you. And actually, we this isn't to play you out. This isn't a format where it's a gotcha
We're not
in
trying to
case you're
trick
there.
anybody.
Yeah, and you don't and we care about you. We care about our audience, and this community, this forum that we're here under, and especially with Pam,
Hmm.
I feel like more confident now than ever to say like we just want to hang and know you and hear you
Yeah.
and hear the you that that you can voice to everybody while being totally anonymous and safe inside of your own quarters, because I know what that means to me to have been able to do that.
yes.
We got you.
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Yeah.
This whole thing is for your benefit, and I'm benefiting right now, but
Oh,
I want to be I want you to be I want to be able to be the friend to you that you're being to me.
Oh.
Well, I think I'm learning.
seeing it right before my eyes.
Craig,
Right?
is this like
Okay.
am I friendshipping? Did I friendship correctly? Like, are we performing a friendship?
Okay, so Chris, you've got I think that some things that matter in that way, and then we'll be back very shortly with hour 3 of 5 on it live. Oh, that was
You know, Al, this Sunday everybody can do a little time traveling. All they have to do is set their clock ahead 1 hour and they can leap into daylight savings time.
Oh, you mean quantum leap, don't you?
I knew he'd get that in.
you have more? Do you have a nightly readings and stuff? Oh, wait. Hey, this is me. Never mind.
Oh, don't forget, it's daylight savings. Yeah, but it's tomorrow morning, right? I thought it was really late tonight. Hi. Oh, don't forget, it's daylight savings. Yeah, but it's tomorrow morning, right? I thought it was really late tonight.
Daylight savings can be confusing. Have you ever wondered if the government can decide what time it is? Why can't you? Well, now you can with personal daylight savings. Ask Jerry.
I used to have to choose between keeping my job or sleeping in. But now, with personal daylight savings, I can sleep in and be right on time.
You're 2 hours late. You're fired.
Am I?
Yes. Pack your things and go.
Well, then I'll just finish out the day.
Now daylight savings doesn't have to be on some random day that the government decides. It can be when you need it.
Damn it! Should I call it? No. I've still got time. Huh. I'm gonna call it.
No one knows who first invented daylight savings.
Oh, actually, that was George Vernon Hudson.
It doesn't matter. They did it because they felt like it. And now we have that same power to make time whenever the hell we want.
No, you can't just change time. It's the most consistent
Just
thing.
ask these people.
After my surgery, the doctor said if I don't wait 6 months to have kids, I could do irreversible damage.
But thanks to personal daylight savings, we are a happy family.
What would you do with more time? What would you do with infinity time? What would you do with infinity time?
What are you talking about?
With personal daylight savings, you can do it.
Wait, you mean I can get overtime anytime? All the time?
Yes.
Can I shorten my life sentence to 2 years?
Absolutely.
You even make foreplay go by faster?
Definitely.
Can I be 33 again?
Why not?
Can I make kids older?
No, you cannot. With personal daylight savings, you have control of your experience of time.
We couldn't imagine the idea of our baby boy outgrowing us.
Now with personal daylight savings, those golden years will last forever. Right, buddy?
Personal daylight savings, brought to you by the same kind of people who just decide what qualifies as fine art.
Mom, where the f is my almond milk?
Found it. Thank you.
Set your clocks to now with personal daylight savings.
Look how long his hair's getting. Can you believe that? Stop it. He has your hair for sure.
I know. I love it.
Guys, can I go get a job yet?
Treat me like your favorite card, sitting on your altar. Crystal cups and candlelight, silence you offer. See the world through your eyes, so pale and blue and gray. Trace the bruises on my thighs, melody for you to play. Leave my blood at the crossroads. I found my way home when I lost myself in you. Hold my breath around the dead. Hold my breath around the dead, so my wishes will come true. Days flow, the months and years, so much to discover. Whisper in the wind and waves, speak of secret lovers. Wipe the fear from your eyes before it calcifies. Love is an elusive art, always worth the fight. Leave my blood at the crossroads. I found my way home when I lost myself in you. Hold my breath around the dead. Hold my breath around the dead, so my wishes will come true. Blood at the crossroads. Blood at the crossroads. Blood at the crossroads. Blood at the crossroads.
Here we are.
Here we are. Here we are.
We're having so much fun.
I wonder if we're referencing the same thing when we say that.
I was referencing a sound clip that's used in an album by the Found Sound and Cello band The Books.
That's exactly who. Holy fuck shit, Pam.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck?
I'm psychic in the dumbest ways.
It's very
That's a pretty specific
That's a very
psychic. It
specific-
is.
Oh, I'm like crying. Your reaction. How did that happen?
Because those records, those 3 records that those 2 guys produced, whom I actually saw them live perform at the Black Cat in Washington D.C.
Really?
It was incredible.
Oh
A-
my
and
god.
and they had found videos that went with everything that they told all the same, like the original. They told the process of where they found all of the videos.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm gonna. If you don't know this, this is really like it broke my fucking heart. Okay, so out walks on stage. Okay, let me hold on. Let me fill in our.
This
my
is
fucking-
lore. This is some
yeah. Hi,
lore.
audience. There was a band in the late 90s and early 2000s called The Books. I highly recommend getting them. It's a couple of sound artists, a cellist, and then this acoustic guitar songwriter guy. An acoustic guitar songwriter guy, Pam. His okay, so out onto the stage walks this guy that's about to play bass. Okay.
Okay.
Now this guy looks like a soccer playing fucking hemp necklace bro, okay, with like literally a backwards hat. Okay. And guitar guy says, "This is my brother." And then all of those audio clips that sound like a dude walking through the woods going like, expectations only lead to dis you know exactly
Yeah,
what the sound.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That's all that dude with the backwards hat wandering around in the woods used to calm himself by talking to himself into a video recorder.
What?
Whoa, heaviness, right? And then I was like, "Oh my god, you're me." Am I backwards hat, bro?
Whoa.
Whoa, right? Some of the heaviest, I'm so glad that you understand what I'm
Oh
talking
my
about
god,
right
no, I
now.
completely understand, and I feel really bad because anyone watching this is probably
I
basically
know.
looking at my face becoming like the Mac, like, spinning its world. As I'm, like, processing all of this, I'm just like, "Oh my god, you're reframing, like, extremely important audio art to me because like,
Same.
a really good friend of mine who actually was just here, I have no idea if he's watching this. If he is, hi, Chris Day. But, like, Chris was the one who introduced me to that band, and I was just, like and yet again, it's almost like a litmus test of, like, if this resonates with something inside of
Wow,
you,
yeah. Yeah.
there's, like, there's a kernel of something that you and I share.
Yes.
Because, like, a lot of people I wouldn't say people were off put when I played the books for them, like, there were some people that were scared when I played, like, Tori or Bjork, but people would just be like, "I don't get why this is happening."
Right, it's like I was playing a book on tape to them, and in
Mhm.
a way,
Yes.
it is very literary, it is very, it's a pontification corner.
It sounds I don't know how to put this in non-antiquated language, but it sounds like a mimeograph feels. Like, it feels like mimeograph and
Oh,
microfiche and, like, all those, like,
yes.
forms of media, that's what
Yes.
it texturally feels like,
And
and, like
I and I
yeah.
I backhand found Alan Watts through,
Oh,
uh
no way.
yeah, I mean, I was 20
Yeah.
years old, you know? So, I
Oh.
found Alan Watts through the books, hearing those samples and, looking up, who the fuck said, oh, what was a great one they use so many Alan Watts quotes, but, "The American people need to understand that it is understandable that the American people cannot possibly
Yes.
understand."
Yes.
And I was like, "Who said that?"
Like,
Because
"Who said
actually, when I was being like a pseudo activist in my teenage years, actually that was the sentiment I was looking for. Was
Yes.
was was like not nihilism, not absurdism, not anarchy, something above all of them that wasn't participating at all.
Well, and I was
Does
gonna
that make
say,
sense?
like, I mean, it's interesting that you say exactly that based on what we had been, like, kind of you and I were chatting about even before the podcast and, like, that we were just chatting about because, like, there are certain things that hit you as a teenager, like, it was actually in a Jewel song. She said in the song, she said, "You could be Henry Miller and I could be Anais Nin, only this time it would be even better, we'd stay together in the end."
Shit. God damn it, Jewel. God damn it, Jewel. Why are you
Right?
so good? Why are
And,
you
like
so righteous?
and I was like, "Okay, okay, like, I understand this song. However, I don't know who these people are." So I looked up
Ah, yeah, right.
Henry Miller, and I looked up Anais Nin, and Henry no dunk on Henry, but could kinda take or leave. I was like, "I see what you're going for. I see where you're going with this." But then I read Anais Nin's Henry and June and was like much like when I first heard Tori Amos, I was like, "Oh, I understand an essential part of my life now." Like
Whoa.
and it's like when art finds you and, like, I do feel like art can find you outside of your teenage years, but specifically because brain development-wise in your teenage years, which I could go on a whole tangent about prefrontal cortex pruning, but I won't unless you want me to. Like
Jesus, we really could be here all night.
I like how I'm like, "Keep it in, Schaefer, keep it in." But,
Do not. Do not.
Keep it in.
but, like, that, I feel like there's certain things that just affected me in such a way that illuminated, like you said, almost like an unspoken concept that when someone articulates it, you're just like, "That was the secret third thing. That was it."
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And artistically, like you were saying when you heard Tori Amos and you were like, "Oh, you can do this with pianos?"
Yeah.
Like when I heard the books, I was like, "Ah, actually, I just like came to like a real clear thought about what I was about to say, and now it's
Excellent.
even better." Okay. Okay. So I loved poetry as a kid.
Mm.
I still love poetry. I hate writing poetry because it's so fucking trite, whatever comes out of my mind. And I don't know if anybody else would feel that way, but I would be embarrassed to give them the opportunity to feel that way. You know?
Yeah, poetry goes a lot like improv in that way, where when it's good, you're like, "Oh my god," and when it's not good, you're like, "Is this how I die? Of
Yeah.
secondhand embarrassment? It's how I go."
Yeah. And partially that is because the things that I've read and the things that I've listened to, I have such fucking ultimate reverence for that I'm like,
Mhm.
unless it's that, it's not what I'm trying to say. And in fact, sometimes it's just said better than I care to fucking try to say it. In
Yes.
fact, I really like to quote it
Yeah.
because it was so good. And in
Yes.
fact, like similarly to what you were talking about with Baudelaire, or I mean with Tori Amos, the first time that I read Baudelaire, and
Mhm.
and honestly, I can't even tell you exactly why it is because personally I don't like align with what I know of him as a person, but the words that were chosen inside of his poems, it was like more intimate of a connection than a painting that I have stood in front of because it's like our thoughts begin with the words that we have to communicate to our inner selves what we're
Yes.
trying to think even, right? And like when somebody is using the words that I wouldn't even dare to write as a poem,
Yes.
whoa.
Yes.
Whoa, your triteness just sent me, bitch. You know? That's
I'm
what it
like,
felt like.
"Put that on a tote bag."
But let me back up. So we just heard some of your music, some of your new music,
You
and
did.
and our listening
Crossroads.
audience did. Crossroads, what a great song! And coming off of the back of hearing your podcast again, why not both? You have to listen to this, literally some of my David Duchovny, William Shatner, Olaf. I'm afraid to actually pronounce his name because I only read it.
Oh, Oliver Arnolds.
Arnold, is that simple? Jesus Christ! I have been like pretentiousing myself over here out of that.
Oh yeah, but don't worry. Everything else in Icelandic, like and I'm gonna
Right?
absolutely slaughter this word, but there's actually a word that I love, and it means window weather. Like it means like the weather that you enjoy, but from inside looking out a window.
Window
Whoa.
weather.
And like and the word it's like Gulgenvader. I'm so sorry to all my Icelandic friends. Like if you're listening right now, please help me. like
Call
Maggie, Freya, help me. like, but yeah, like I love the Icelandic language in its specificity, but the pronunciation is so very there's certain sounds that just aren't phonemes in English. And so when I hear one of my friends say them, I can imitate it, almost parrot it back, like briefly. But then if I haven't heard it in a while, my brain's like, well, that was close enough.
Yeah. And also when I'm just reading it on script, like reading it in text, and you never actually hear something, and in fact,
Yes.
that's always like an interesting thing for me because a
Yeah.
lot of times I'm reading things that I never hear people say out loud.
That can be really embarrassing.
It's really
Can I
embarrassing. It's
vicariously
really
share a
embarrassing.
story about that?
Please, please.
So shout out to Marley, who I was telling you about. Marley was my first partner in high school, and she is one of the most brilliant people I've ever met, but is an avid reader and got early admit to Yale to study English. And at one point said the word to me, haphazard. And I was like, "Quoi?" And she was like,
What?
haphazard. And I was like, and she wrote it down, and I was like, "Oh, you mean haphazard?" And she was like, "No, those are two different words." And I was like, "Oh, honey, no.
Oh,
Oh,
you're so
that
Oh,
That's
that's so hard.
endearing. It was so
That's
sweet. And she was
very
like,
sweet
she's
and
like,
endearing.
but PH is an F sound. And I
Fair.
yeah.
Right.
And so she was just like, no, must be two different words.
Right.
Wow.
But it was so sweet. And like I said, she's one of the smartest people I know, like, and also was like, a star like Latin scholar, like decided to learn how to code for computers, and like in her first class ended up just teaching other people, and like the teachers literally recruited her to be like, you're so good at this, like, are you like basically like an industry plant? She's like, no, just love languages. So like literally
Jesus.
Just love languages. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
a cool path in life
Yeah.
that
Oh
is.
yeah. Oh yeah. Like
Jesus.
she's amazing. She's the one that when we were originally in high school, a friend of mine got very into Thelema or Thelema, though I say it Thelema because you sound goofy saying Thelema. But like she
Yeah, I agree. Actually,
Thank
I agree. I
you.
actually agree.
It's
They,
like when
they,
people mispronounce Hebrew using Kabbalistic concepts, and I'm just like, that's not how you say that word. What's wrong with you? But like, like that's incorrect. What are you doing?
that was an inside Jew thing. Yeah,
Yeah, seriously.
yeah.
I'm just like, what are you doing? But same thing, having studied classics, when people are just like, I'm gonna use this fanciful spin, and you're like, no fancy, not fancy. Um, point is that my friend was reading a text of Aleister Crowley's that said something about, and then you turn widdershins. And, like, I remember my friend and I just looked at each other and we were like, "You do what? Are you turning something?" And Marley was, like, walking by heading to class. It was, like, a free period in high school, and both of us were just like, "Hey, do you know what widdershins means?" And Marley, just as though it was the most casual thing in the world, just goes, "Oh, yeah, it means to turn counterclockwise." And, like, just kept walking as though we had
Oh
asked,
my
like, the most, like, obvious
Whoa.
question.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, everybody knows that.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So that's what I mean is, like, Marley, like, that's why I love that story, is that Marley is so like, has such a faculty for language, but also so much of it was reading.
Right.
It's just like
Like
your monologue. Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, she also is, as you said, like, I wish that she would share more of her poetry, which
Mm.
uh she did share with her wedding guest. I recently went to her wedding, and it was really beautiful hearing the vows that she wrote for her wife, and she did actually, like, send them to people as well as her
Uh-huh.
extended writings about
Oh.
it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of those things where I'm just like, everyone deserves to hear this beautiful poetry. Like, it was so affecting. And so I hope that she shares it with more people. So
Oh
shout out to
my
Marley.
gosh.
Like, I feel really fortunate now that I think about it, like, when you were saying, about the books, and I was just like, "Oh, like, my friend Chris showed me that," and even the guy with the bodyguard nanny, I think of how fortunate I am that I've had so many people in my life show me things that have been so meaningful.
Yo, isn't that the truth? And by the way, like, how about the reward of turning people on to things, like what we were talking about when we get really excited to, like, actually finish the learning process by telling somebody else, and like,
Yes.
and how expert I feel at the end of that, like, education, I guess, that I'm doing. But like, that was like partially how I identified as a person, like a gatekeeper of sorts, like, let me go and like find stuff out, and then like turn my friends onto it and be their connection to it forever.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that's the exciting part for me. Like, I sometimes struggle with, I guess the gatekeeping aspect of gatekeeping,
Yeah, right.
where
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I know it's a nasty term, but
yeah.
Oh, you
I
love it
well,
though.
because I want
He
to
does. He
define.
does.
Yes, and sometimes I feel like I try to intentionally challenge, like, the negative connotation that we put on
Yeah.
words that actually just mean what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I refer to, like, the way that I was taught to kind of navigate the world, where I
Yeah.
was rewarded for manipulation, and I
Yes.
understand the weight but I don't know a better word to use for what
Yeah.
I'm trying to do, and I don't mind painting myself in not a good light, but I want to be clear that I'm also not
Mm-hmm.
making it in a bad light.
Yeah, and it's almost like I think of myself sometimes as like the hunter gatherer of neat things that I then want to share with everybody that I
Right.
find, and I do think it's weird. Like what popped in my brain while we were talking about that was like Crossroads just recently came out, and it's been so fascinating, like sharing it with people and seeing what resonates. But as I was thinking of how to share this song, I've noticed there's a lot of people online that do share their stuff saying like, oh, you stumbled upon this artist early so you can gatekeep them. Whereas I realized, yeah. And I was just like,
Yeah.
I
But
was
that's
like,
real.
huh,
Yeah.
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 And I was like, oh, I was just like, that's so interesting because when I find something I love, I want to share it. And like, it sounds weird to say this, but the reel of mine that has gotten the most like traction is the one where I was like, tag your ADHD night owl friend who has an inadvisable amount of crystals. And
Oh.
literally, like all I wrote on it was like, "It's me. I'm that friend." Like, hello.
I can account it. Yes, we're inside of Pam's house, and yes, they have a lot of crystals.
I have it.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
really, yeah.
Oh, hi. We have somebody on the line. It sounds
Oh,
like.
hey.
Okay, hold on. Well, we're waiting. Oh. Turn off your radio, or turn off your television, turn off your computer, your screen, or whatever. What do we say now?
Oh yeah.
I forget.
Stream?
Stream. Turn off that stream and dial into us. Caller, if you're on the line, you're on with Pam Shaffer, Craig Klein, and
Mallory Jane.
Mallory Jane. We're here. Are you there?
We're live. We're here.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Sam, and I'm in Seattle.
Oh, Sam. This is our friend Sam. Sam is a very dear friend of mine. Sam,
Yeah,
welcome to the
long
show
time
again.
listener, third time caller.
Oh, do you know what's so funny? I have a good friend named Sam, and my first thought I was just like, did Sam disguise his voice? I love that my brain didn't parse. Of course, that there are more people named Sam.
Yeah, get him on the call.
Right.
All right, if you're a
Do a
Sam,
conference
call
call.
in right
All of the
now.
Sams, call in.
Sam's
Have we ever
only.
done that?
Gatekept Sam's?
No, but I think that we've had close to maybe 4 Sams that have called in.
Yeah, we have had multiple
Yeah,
Sams.
we've had a lot of Sams call in. So like we feel like a very Sam-centric show here.
It's a very safe place for Sams.
Yeah. Oh, Sam-centric.
Maybe we'll have a colloquium or something of the sort.
Yeah, you could have a cabal of Sams.
Sam, how are you doing? It's been some time since the last time that we heard from you. How are you doing generally? How are you doing tonight? And what did you call in to talk about with us?
I didn't call in to talk about anything in particular. You said just, call in.
Okay,
Thank
you
great.
took us up on
That's
it.
a good
Thank you
hang.
Well,
I haven't met your guests that much. Maybe we can do like pretend that we're introducing in like a cocktail party or whatever. And I walk up and you're like, oh, this is Sam. Oh, this is.
Okay, I'm gonna stand over here and smoke a cigarette.
That is
man.
iconic.
I love cigarettes, but I do not smoke them anymore. Thank God. Yeah.
Good acting.
Yeah, very
Thanks.
good.
So go ahead and walk up to our friend Pam at the bar, Sam, and go.
I apparently
I'm-
will stare at you.
Wait, I feel like we should facilitate this. Like, Sam's our friend, and then we're introducing Sam. to
Maybe you're
Pam.
right. I
think
thought
that's
we
how-
were really doing some role play.
I think that's how the role play should happen.
Okay, did anybody ever play those like text adventure games where it was just like player has moved 12 steps to the left? I feel like that right now where it's like Sam has walked up to Pam at the bar. But now I need my character directive. Otherwise, I'm just like Pam is standing at the bar.
Sam says hello.
Well, have you been tuning in tonight much, Sam, or are you just joining us right off the bat?
Yeah, I heard. I think around when something about people were realizing about like there's like other perspectives on situations and whatnot, and that yeah,
With
being
Diana's
able
call.
to understand those can be like
Yes. Okay.
very like a feeling of connectedness and love, but also like there's an inevitable distance. And then also there was a realization uh, that feelings can be felt physically.
Sam's reading
Look,
me right now.
I was gonna say, I feel like that's like low key the secret to therapy. Like I've talked to so many people that when I tell them that, and also it was such a revelation for me that they're just like feelings. You feel
Right.
feelings, and I'm like, yes, and they're like, oh my god. But yes, good
Wow,
on
that
you,
makes so
Sam.
much sense.
Sam, do you feel feelings?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Do you know where you feel
And I
them?
also like the squirmy. Like I've always had that
Ooh.
like real shaky leg when I'm like
Mm.
real in the zone. You
Mhm.
know,
I know.
like getting in the
I know.
zone.
Sometimes when me and
I,
Sam
I
have
always
been in
feel
the
like I
same
should be a
room.
drummer where you can have the pedal be like under your heel.
That would be a good outlet for
Yo,
you.
yo.
Like I could be
There
doing
have
some
been moments
blast
when
beat.
me and Sam were in the same room, sitting on the couch in my old apartment, and my wife at the time, she commented after the fact. They were like, "You and Sam held the exact same posture that was like bent over, and your knees were shaking at the same pace." And I was like, normally I would be in tune to something like that, but it's like the
You're
synchronicity
on the
of
same
it somehow
wavelength.
cancels it
Yes.
out to me, you know?
Oh my god. I love that.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
we
love
were
that.
synchronizing.
Yeah, we were.
That
We
maybe
were we
means
were
we
just
could
in the
start a
mode.
fucking band.
Yeah.
I mean,
We
we've
should
always
start a
been
hippie drum
talking about
band.
it. Yeah, well, we could just be like two metronomes that are off syncopation, and then by the end of the show, we're both clicking at the same pace, you know?
That would be phenomenal performance
Eventually,
art.
we might. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That would
Stick
be really
around
good
and find
performance art.
out. Will we ever? Yeah.
The ultimate will they, won't
I feel like
they?
that's kind of what this show is, right? That's basically what we're doing here. It's like, yeah,
Yeah,
will
for
will our
real.
clicks eventually click?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. You know, Sam is
Oh,
is
and
a
then
is a
click can
okay.
also be like with a Q, like you know.
Oh, cliquet, yeah, click
Oh,
you, click you,
Ew. Click.
clicky,
Yeah.
Click.
So
clicky.
introduce me to this member of your clique.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We're at the bar. We're back at the bar.
Yeah, back at the bar. Okay, so Pam, this is my good friend Sam, actually from Seattle, Washington. Really one of the most interesting and lovely people of my entire life. The backstory that our audience even knows that is that Sam and I share a like a love one in our lives, a very important person in our lives that passed away at a very like kind of
Mhm.
influential and like pivotal moment in both of our lives as well. And we met through her, and Sam and I have continued this friendship. That it's important to mention that because it does feel like this like brotherhood connection between the two of us, like we're the
Yeah.
only two people in the world that understand how important this
Right.
thing was to each of us, and
Right.
to the reality of things. Sam,
Right.
am I hitting this on the nose pretty well?
Yeah, let me just I think I
Yeah, please.
found something I could talk about here that I've
Oh, go
experienced in the
go
last
off.
week that was really like one of like most powerful experiences of my life, I would say. Uh, that very much reminded me of that. So there was this woman, Aishanor, who graduated from the University of Washington here in Seattle this spring. she was like heavily involved in the like uh, demonstration camp thing uh, against the ethnic cleansing, um,
Yeah.
and like
Yes.
you know she went to the West Bank to like sort of witness or essentially so okay, so I went to her memorial service. She got sniped by some IDF guy, right through the head, bullet in the head, completely like no real threats going around. Apparently, like there had been some like rock throwing earlier, but it wasn't happening at all. She was like sniped at like 600 feet or something,
Oh
right through the
Oh
head.
my God.
Yeah, so that was in like September. So
So sorry,
um,
Sam.
at the
I'm so
university, they put on a memorial thing, and it was in this big ass fucking hall, like, and it was filled. There were like, I don't know, like 600 people there at least.
Oh wow.
Standing room crowd, and yeah, I had been reading this book, listening to it, Revolutionary Suicide by Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael. And he was talking about how, like, under these, oppressive systems and whatnot, one can resign themselves and perhaps commit suicide either directly or indirectly through that nihilism or whatever, uh, and and die that way, or they can essentially fight until they're killed by that system, and make that be the way that they use their death. And so I was reading this book and then go to this thing, and this was somebody who had done that now, and hearing her family and husband and friends and sister and all that talk about her, like she had a very similar spark, it seemed, to Kagumai's person, and
I understand.
there was something to it of sitting there witnessing and knowing, like, I guess it's what, like 16 years out or whatever after that happened,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, coming up on
knowing
that.
that
Yeah.
what that's been like, and knowing that these people are going on that journey for at least the next 20 years or whatever, 50, 60, who knows.
Right.
And there was another woman from Washington, Rachel Corey, who had been killed similarly in 2003, and her parents, um, there was a memorial thing in that same hall at the University of Washington. And these parents of someone who had been killed in like 93 doing basically the same thing, where they're comforting them. So now these
Wow.
people who are the parents of the person who was killed in 2003, they were there now 20 years later comforting these new and people brought into that club and in the
Wow.
same room.
Brought
And
into the club.
man,
Wow.
it seemed a real bright star had been extinguished by the fucking machine.
So, and what you, I just want to clarify if this is what you meant to say, that like you can commit suicide, or you can commit suicide, like you can die by like like not by your own
Yeah,
hand, but by
like
suicide
it's gonna kill you one
similarly.
way or
Yeah.
another. Like you can
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
self-destruct, wallow, all that shit. Um, there's also an option to like resist it as hard as you can strategically at scale, you know, not foolishly, recklessly, but like, and then, you know, be a martyr. Um,
right.
Right. Well, in a way, like it's
and then
that.
it was also interesting to see like the power of the martyr as well. Like all these people who,
Oh
a
wow.
lot of them didn't know this person, also came out and paid
Wow.
respects and are sharing their story.
Well, that transmutation that you're speaking of is incredibly powerful. And Sam, I want to thank you for speaking their names because that does share their power. Like what you're
Mm-hmm.
doing is really difficult, but I'm glad that you're doing it.
Yeah, and actually, would you mind saying their names again,
Yeah, let me get the last name.
please?
Thanks.
And in the meantime, like this is you know, not a topic that we've touched on, like kind of intentionally, and in a way, I feel responsible to say right now that it's because I haven't known how to add to the conversation in a helpful
Mm.
way. I have opinions that I feel like are um like any way that I would know how to say that without the depth that I feel like it requires, it
Yeah.
just feels like I'm making a talking point, or like I'm like aligning myself to an
Okay.
ideal that I identify with,
Right.
but I don't know how to
What
explain
comes
the
to mind?
scope.
What are the like areas that come to mind?
Well, obviously, I feel like disgusted by what's going on, and by like it was so clear to me that this is what was going to happen in the first place, like 20 years ago, like when I was offered the birthright thing.
Oh yeah, I
Mhm.
I turned it down.
Yeah, I turned it down too because it felt like, whoa, this is some weird fucking shit, and like I don't want to be in this country. I was hearing at that point where they were
Mm.
like, and I don't know if this is true, but like it was enough of a curiosity to me where it was like they're tattooing people and like kicking them out of neighborhoods and tattooing them so that they can like
Mhm.
monitor and again, it sounded so outlandish to me, but it was like it feels like that's
Something's
what's
off.
going on. It
Yeah.
felt like that's what's going on, and it was like way to fuck up the diaspora that like I'm living in. Way to ruin every single fucking stone that
Yeah.
I'm standing on to like
Right.
save my life in
Yeah.
this world. You know, you
Yeah.
are.
There's gonna be multiple waves in very
Of course, and I
negative
hate to be so
direction.
selfish about it. And now I'm feeling like, whoa, that's a fucked up thing for me to be like
Well, and
self-preservation about this, because
No,
obviously there are
it's
very real people that are being used under treads of fucking tanks right now, and
it's a tragedy. It's a
it's a
full-on
fucking
tragedy,
tragedy.
like in
But
the
but at the
literary
same
sense.
time, I feel like just saying that isn't enough. Like
well,
I'm just being, I'm just being,
Hmm.
I'm just saying what everybody else is saying, and it's not helping.
well, that's the part that
Why is
like
it not helping?
I don't know. I don't fucking know, Sam. And that's
You don't
actually
have to be
that's a
helping
great
by what
fucking
you say
question.
tonight on the phone. You know.
Yeah, and because it's complicated, and because there's there uh, by the way, not the genocide that is happening. That's not complicated. But there are so many things that are complicated in a way that I just don't know, because I only come from one education platform. I
Mhm.
I I get overwhelmed to read magazine articles that I like to read, much less like understand geopolitical politics to the nuance and precision that I feel like
Uh-huh.
my voice as a public voice
well,
is
sometimes that's the best thing to do is to acknowledge exactly what you just said,
right.
where it's like to allow to give space to other people And much like how Sam brought
Mhm.
the story to us, even though it's a heart-wrenching story to hear, that
Right.
it's like those stories are what will help people understand, and I hope that people who are watching and listening to this understand that ultimately this is a human story, and that when we do dehumanize others, that's how we get to these
Mhm.
points. And
Right.
so
And it's also an animal story. There's some people in Gaza, in Lebanon, that are doing like white helmet type rescue retrieval of cats, especially that have been like under rubble in
Yeah.
it
Oh,
went
wow.
hid when the
Yeah.
raids are starting, and
Yeah.
there's people that are going in there and helping retrieve these beings and bring them to safety under drones. You hear the drones in their videos above their
Yeah.
heads, and it's it's beautiful to see and horrible that it is.
Yeah.
I think I want to speak on sort of, you saying
Please.
that like we haven't talked about this. And I think because we've had a lot of
We
conversations
have.
around whether or not, like, how, whether to bring our politics into it or not. And I think where we landed, which is, I think, happening right now, which is really beautiful to me, is like not wanting anything to feel like forced or canned, but that if it's brought to us, we can create the space to have it. And yeah,
Right.
that's why, Sam, I'm very grateful for this call, because the way that this conversation is happening now feels very in line with us. It feels very human.
Yes. Right.
And not like, you know, we're sitting here with some canned thing and trying to say the right thing, and be experts on a topic that, we're not on, but like responding as humans.
Right. Right.
Right.
Right. And you're right. And this is like not just a human story, a life story,
Yeah.
right? Sam
The menu
acknowledging,
lens, yeah. And
yeah,
then you
yeah,
also
all of the
have
things.
to immediately recognize, and then she's not the only one who's, a bright light that's being
Of
extinguished. It's,
course.
Yeah.
tens and
Of
hundreds of
course.
thousands of humans, and
Yeah.
it's not just the humans that are suffering from it as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's why the world seems so fucking impossible right now when I wake up. Like
But it always
the
has been. It's not just right now.
I
Like,
know.
it's
I
actually
know.
pretty tame right now.
And here's the shocking thing is that somehow as soon as it becomes under my nose, right? As soon as I'm
It
sensing
was.
it, as soon as I'm sensing the issue, you know what I mean? Like I said, like when I was 20 years old, I was like, this is fucked up. And in fact, I remember sitting with my parents and being like, um, and I remember actually, oh wow, Sam, this is funny. I remember speaking directly with Emma about it when she went to. Did you go with Emma to Israel?
No, I don't
Maybe it
remember
was.
when that was. I think that might
Maybe
have been
maybe
before me.
it might have been before. But I remember speaking because Emma was talking about doing birthright, and I was like, huh. Maybe I should do this because I never really felt Jewish because of secular Jews and I grew up in Midwest and yada yada,
Right, right, right.
And then when I moved to New York, I became friends with Emma and a lot of other Jews, as a New
Yeah,
Yorker
in New
does.
York.
And I started
Man.
feeling like, oh, whoa, I'm Jewish. Like not the religiosity of it, but like there was a cultural thing. There was
Yes.
like a kinship and like a
Yeah.
family and a community that I had never experienced before,
Yeah.
and the identity that we all shared and the protectiveness that we had over each other that was instilled into me.
Yeah.
The reason why is because we were all of the diaspora.
Yeah.
Well, that's
We were all sent here and running away from being murdered and othered in society. And then when I found out that the people that were the descendants of the thing by the way, that I never got to identify to the Holocaust because my family was from Ukraine and Western Russia, as they
Yeah.
called it at the time,
Yeah.
and our homeland. We literally had. I have no place that I can even draw a link to as far as
Yeah.
my genes go, because it was neighborhood, it was city state, it was city
Right.
that we were just running away from, like the most recent mob attack
I
on
was gonna
Jews.
say, I always, like what you're speaking to, I was raised Reformed Jewish, and so
Yeah.
it was like diet Judaism.
Right.
But very culturally Jewish. A lot of my friends were Jewish. So growing up in LA, I did grow up with people who were not Jewish as well. However, like we had Jewish holidays off of school, like we had all this stuff. And so in some ways, it was very dissonant with what I was taught in Hebrew school, and about persecution that was happening and had happened. And it made no sense to me that, for instance, like a family friend of ours was a Holocaust survivor. She was the tailor that worked down the street from my nana, actually not far from here, actually, where my old place was in West Hollywood. And I remember my mom telling me that it was impolite to ask her about the numbers on her arm, and so I just didn't. Um, but then when I found out what that meant, of course I didn't ask her, but
Mhm.
it's like, because I was told it was rude, but it's like that let me know that it wasn't just, this hypothetical thing. This was a
Yeah.
thing that happened. And I remember in Hebrew school, like obviously my hair looks like darker brown now. My hair is brown, blonde, red. But when I was really little, my hair was almost like white blonde when I was born. And as a kid, and obviously I have blue eyes and I have freckles. And I remember there was a kid in Hebrew school who once said to me, they're just like, well, you would have escaped. They could have hid you.
Oh,
Like,
fuck yeah.
and so
Whoa,
like,
right?
Boy.
yeah, just like
Right?
these really like heavy messages. And like, yeah. And so like there was this very much, and exactly what you're talking about, I always felt like a great kinship and community. However, at least the way that I always work, I wanted to extend that to other people. I felt like
Whoa.
since we had been under such threat, why would we ever want to treat someone else that way?
Exactly.
Like, why would we not want to extend all the things that we say are our values? Tikkun olam, healing the world, tzedakah, all of those things are positive community oriented values. And so why would we be acting against that? Especially, I mean, for one, if you're coming from a self-interested place, that
Yeah.
just puts you in more danger.
Right?
And if you're acting from a community oriented place, why would you want to harm others? So it's like on no philosophical basis did it make sense to me. And so like that's why I felt very uncomfortable with like the exclusionary nature. And even like I said, what a kid said to me, and I mean, obviously you can see me in profile, but I don't need to take a 23andMe. Like
Right,
I am,
right, right.
like I am,
Same.
yeah, I'm like, and so it's like
Yeah.
I very yeah, seriously, just check in with my digestive system. But like and so it was very much to me like the reason why, like when you said like I didn't go on birthright and I had such an emphatic reaction, is that kind of trauma response, for lack of a better way of saying it, didn't sit well with me, but I didn't have the language for that.
Yes.
And so now I do have the language for that. And like, I'd actually love if we can drop it in the chat. I can give you links to it later. My friend Julie Whites is doing a project that she's embodying the Dibuk, which is a spiritual Yiddish concept of the haunted soul. And she is healing the haunted soul of ancestral Jewish trauma. Like she actually went,
Huh.
like, yeah, she went on a Fulbright scholarship to Poland. She found the original graveyard of the village of her family that was, I mean, her family was a lot of them were all killed,
Right.
and this entire village was killed in the Holocaust.
Right.
But she found these graves. She like cleaned a lot of the stones, but she dresses as the Dibuk and does almost like an exorcism of the trauma, because it's basically like if we
Wow.
don't deal with this trauma, we are going to act it out on other people.
Well, and see, this is what I don't understand. And I've used this term, and I think that it applies in like the more benign, pontifications of like these subcultures that we try to navigate and highlight. But like, there's a privilege in the underground. You know what I mean? There's a privilege to being an underdog and having to work through it and
Yes.
be enlightened and know like what it feels like to fucking be bullied. what it feels like to feel other.
Mm-hmm.
What and the fact that like this like culture of people that every single fucking moment it's the little red thread is connected to this ultimate oppression that the whole world saw, that it's unarguable, and you didn't fucking learn the privilege that you have of being the fucking underdog. You didn't. You're not holding sacred what you know better than everybody fucking else, and that you've instilled in us, and we're watching you do it in front of our face.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other part, is that now
Yeah.
we can watch in real time, which this is
Right.
the first time in human history
Mhm.
that, like, of course there's been terrible things happening throughout human history, but it's like, unless it was happening like in your immediate vicinity, you might not have known about it for
Mhm.
maybe even your whole life.
Right.
And now it's like we are inundated with the immediate atrocities that are occurring. And I don't think, quite frankly, I don't think we have evolved to the point where we know how to actually process that.
Mhm.
I think you're right.
Like,
And that's another like, to harken back again to your Tori Amos, but like this paralyzation
yeah.
that is unlike my character, that is unlike who I am as a person in this very specific modes, and this one being one of them. Suddenly I'm paralyzed to speak because I'm so fucking resentful.
Yeah.
Part of my identity as a Jewish person was that I knew better,
Yes.
and
Yes.
I knew how to take it on the fucking chin.
Well, and for lack of a better way of saying it that doesn't sound so minimizing, it's embarrassing.
It's fucking embarrassing.
It's embarrassing behavior to be like, this is what someone who ostensibly, like, this is what people think we are like. That is mortifying.
Man.
Like,
You know what? This is another, when you say we, and like this is something that's very interesting to me.
there's
And
also the
Sam,
conflation, by the way, of Israeli and Jewish, which
right,
like
right,
baffles me because
That's
I'm like,
the that's
I've never
yeah.
been there.
Exactly,
I
exactly.
don't
horrible
I don't feel a
thing.
connection with there.
Exactly, and I'm already and I've already felt it inside of my own life with people that should know better, but also with empathy and privilege in the underground. I can be like, I get it. It's complicated, and like I don't even want
Yeah,
to defend
there's gonna
myself.
be horrible
You know, I
repercussions
don't
of
even
that.
want to defend myself because I understand where they're
Wait,
coming from.
what did Sam say?
He said there's going to be horrible
There's gonna
repercussions.
be like
Of course.
you know
Yeah, of course
centuries of
they will.
horror
Yeah,
because of that.
of course.
Well, and like Sam, exactly what happened to your friend. Like I wrote a song
Yeah.
about this and I still am debating releasing it because I don't know if people will necessarily, like we were talking about the problem of being misperceived. But like there's one line in it that I wrote that it's a Pyrrhic victory. Like there is no victory in which we do not destroy ourselves and each other in this situation.
Whoa. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there's no outcome
Well,
in
that's
which,
life. I mean, yeah, that's life. You die.
well,
Yeah.
there's you die, and then do you take others down with
The
you? Like that's the
and
part
create
that
Yeah,
I'm
do you
more
trying to
take the
work
right
suffering.
through.
Wow.
ones with you? Yeah,
Wow.
you
Yeah.
gotta
Wow.
be
Wow.
strong. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what was one of the most revealing moments to me, like as a Jewish experience, right? Is because partially from where I came from in the Midwest, and like trying to like I found out I was Jewish by getting beaten up for being Jewish.
Right.
Right?
What a plot twist.
Like literally, right? And then my parents were like, I can't believe I'm gonna have to have this conversation with you, but yeah, like your name. And then only as an adult did I realize, oh, these kids, how did they know I was Jewish before I was Jewish? And as I'm driving around my neighborhood, I'm like, oh, wait a second. Their fucking parents that were waving at me through the window as I'm walking to they were calling me a fucking dirty Jew
Yeah.
in front of their
Oh
kids,
man.
and then their kids beat me the fuck up over it, and we're like celebrating block parties together. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I'm like doing lemonade in their fucking front yard and having sleepovers,
Wow.
and they're calling, and this is, this is really what was happening behind my back. Okay, So
God,
part
paranoia.
of like understanding and like getting to like being comfortable with being Jewish is that like my heroes inside of like my Jewish culture were like this is crazy to say, but like I'll be honest, it's the first thing, but like Gilbert Gottfried and Al
Uh-huh.
Brooks and Mel Brooks
Yes.
and all of these like self-loathing Jewish personality, Gary Shandling, all of these people look like my family. They
Well, yeah,
look
you're
like
taking it away
me.
from them. There's
I,
something which
I,
they can use against you, and instead
I was
you're preemptively using it against yourself to defeat it or to deflate its power.
Yes.
exactly that. And so then I moved to Europe, you know, and now I'm in an international city, like not an international city on my terms in America, but an international city
Yeah,
that I am not in control of, right?
Right.
And I make a great friend there
and
named
a
Errol.
city in which the Fuhrer, succumbed.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Where there's
Right.
where
Good
like
point.
I'm showing up inside of a place that like, whoa, I have like it is bold for me to be there in my history, you know,
Yes.
Hmm.
and by the way, I remember when people were like, "Oh, dude, you're Jewish. What are you doing over there?" I remember like after living there for the first couple
Hmm.
months, like commenting back to them like I have met more anti-Semitism inside of Gladstone, Missouri, than I have. Like the fear that I have been holding inside of me is gone.
Yeah.
But I was at dinner with
Mm.
my friend who is, I believe, Persian, but he's from Switzerland. He's a DJ. His name is Errol, a beautiful and lovely person, and um, and we got into like a friendly debate, and he's an intellectual, and all was said, you know, spicily, but I had never been able to hear somebody speak not on American soil
Right.
about geopolitics, okay?
Yes.
Which is, like, really
Mhm.
interesting, and
Hmm.
I did something like lean over or, like, like, sniff too loudly or something like that, and I was like, "Forgive me, I'm Jewish," and he looked at me like this, and I was like, "You know, 'cause I'm Jewish," you know,
Ooh.
and he was like, "I don't know what you mean by that. What are you trying to
Right,
say?
I'm not gonna touch
What what
that one.
what are you trying to say?"
Right.
And I was like, "Oh, you know,
Oh.
because I act so
You.
Jewish." And he said, "You act Eastern European immigrant American.
Uh-huh.
Do you know that there's a whole world of Jews
Uh,
that you don't relate to at all? You don't look like, you don't sound like, you don't breathe like, you don't think like."
Uh-huh.
And
mm,
that is the
Wow.
problem with
mm,
the Israeli situation because Jews
Yeah.
and Persians have been living amongst each other for millennia, longer than you can ever understand, and they have no problem with each other. It's Eastern European immigrants taking over a land and a culture that they have no fucking idea what's going on there.
May may I
Brutally.
may I
Please,
insert a bit of geopolitical history?
please.
please.
It is actually the dying British Empire's fault
Of
for
course, of course,
chopping up land that
Well,
was not theirs, then supported by then the US as well.
of course.
That because yes, there were disputes, but no one else decided that it would be a great idea to have a resource base at a highly contentious location where people were already living and
Right,
then
Mhm.
put a bunch of other people there for quote ideological reasons.
right,
That went badly.
right.
Mm.
But it's like
and
it's
you
such
have to, of course, go, to the fall of the Ottoman Empire and World War
Yes.
of
One
course,
and the
of
League of
course.
Nations and the
But
scramble for Africa,
I was
and
gonna rewind
which
all the
isn't
way
to
back
say
to
that
the
wasn't
Romans for
already
that
happening.
reason, so I'm with you on that one. I was just
How
like
far
in
back were you gonna go?
I was I was like literally gonna go back to like the Roman sack of Judea and basically like in a
Oh
way there
yeah, that's like yesterday's news, man. Yeah, you got to go back.
right?
Like
I was just like basically there's a lot of I
fertile
mean it was
crescent, like you got to go back when you got like grass where
yeah.
there ain't none now,
And it was
at
very much
least.
it was the birth of monotheism, which then
Mhm.
spawned other branches of the
Well,
Judeo-Christian faith, but like of course there are different
Agriculture.
faiths living there.
Yeah,
There was also the like, oh, maybe we can use cows. But like but it was very much like
Settled
yeah,
agriculture, wealth hoarding,
yeah.
patriarchy,
And especially
economic
when it's a
imperial
yeah.
expansion.
And when it's a group of people, especially then making people believe that this is and what's so sad to me is that people do genuinely believe the ideology of having some sort and that's why like even the name birthright is so
Oh,
insidious.
yeah,
Right.
right?
I wasn't born there. It's not
Right,
my right to be
right.
there. What
And
does that even mean? And
and
so it's this ideological uh way that they convince people of the legitimacy of this claim, even though there are multiple monotheistic faiths that have a claim, if one can claim a land, they have a claim to that land and they were just vibing there for a very long time.
right. And
And
Right,
that was
right, right.
fine.
what was so revealing to me about that conversation that I had with Arrow was that I had been given a pass in my Jewish experience because of the only Jews that I was really surrounded by. They looked like me,
Yes.
right? And it's actually a more diverse community than that. So
Oh,
all
yeah.
of this like Israel and Jewish alignment that I had, like and what I mean by that is that like this pseudo justification for us being there when I say us, I'm
Yeah.
including people that have no fucking claim to that land. They're not
Yeah.
from that land. There are Jews that are from there, and that's
Yes.
a different fucking
That's a
story.
very different story.
That's the history of Jews in Israel.
Yes.
Not fucking
Not me.
Ukrainians. Yeah,
I
man.
was like, my family is like Ukrainian,
Right.
Russian, Prussia, kind of depended on the
Oh,
year,
a
who
pogrom
knows?
sister. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. There we
exactly.
go.
It's just like running away from the
Yeah, right.
pogrom. Where should we go? Los Angeles. Like, and so,
Right, 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 right.
yeah, and so
Right.
like I mean, my family on my mom's side originally went to New Jersey, and then like my dad's family, like a generation prior to that, was in Ohio, and then actually Sam in
Yeah,
Seattle.
that's
So
where
my
my
dad,
people came to Ohio.
yeah. What was up
Wow.
with Ohio? Do you,
There was
Oh,
are
there's
there
a
any
lot that's
Metsons
up with
in your
Ohio.
family?
were you
You got
doing
to go back to
I,
the end of the U.S. Revolutionary War and what they do with the Ohio territory to pay off the officer soldiers because so the like U.S. Army, whatever the fuck they were called, they promised these military guys to fight. Like if they fought for them, they'd give them giant deeds of land in what was
Oh my
then
God, they
taken
put
from
them in
the
Ohio.
British Empire. Yeah, so they start pushing west into the Ohio territory, and yeah, lots of fur trapping and ethnic cleansing.
well, my
Ohio is
grandparents when they're
really like it's a pivotal point, and then that leads into like Kansas City eventually from there.
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
exactly so my path. My great grandparents fled when they were 14 years old from somewhere in Western Russia. They think like probably where Lithuania was at some
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
point.
Oh yeah, that's the other part of my family that like there's like a
I-
whole Lithuanian sector.
Again, and I think that they actually like immigrated out of Minsk, which at the moment that they left Minsk, it was the most Jewish populated city in the world, and I think like maybe a decade later there was 0% Jewish
Oh
inside of
yeah.
Minsk.
Yeah.
So they immigrated, I think, from Minsk directly, and then arrived in Ohio, both of them 14 and 15. And my great grandmother was making, she was making hand gloves, white hand gloves
Yep.
in a factory. And my grandfather was upholstering furniture and then moved west to Kansas City from there because there was a greater Jewish community there.
That is fascinating because that's my dad's family branch went to, I was just like, Sam, they went to Seattle. Also, that by the way, if we had met in a bar and you had explained that fact to me with no context, I would have been so excited. I would have been like,
Oh my God, we got
you
there.
have solved a mystery
Yes.
with a fact I
Wow.
didn't know. And that is like, I was just like, oh my God. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that would intrigue anyone else at a bar.
You did it, Sam. Sam, you did it. Look at that.
But I was like, that
Fulfilled the bar scenario.
exactly. I was just like, that would definitely intrigue me, and that makes so much sense because my family just kept west ing. But I feel like I did have a bit of a different experience in you. That one, there were a lot of Ashkenazi Jews in Los Angeles, but also I met non-Ashkenazi Jews as well,
Oh,
and I
right.
met people of different, like, I knew Reform, I knew some Conservative, and then actually during my associateship to train as a therapist, I worked at Jewish Family Services for a time, and everyone there except for me was Orthodox. So I was considered almost like not Jewish, basically. Like I
Right.
I was like a rogue agent there.
Right.
And so I called it my boob schmata. I had like the giant circle scarf that I would just like put on over my outfits because like almost everything I own was like had too many boobs and ankles. I sound like a biblically accurate angel, but like
Too many boobs and ankles.
Yeah. You know that, the stuff you wrote is just boobs.
I mean, I'm literally just made mostly of boobs and hair, but like it was very much like a different culture of modesty, but also I was just like, okay, I want to be respectful because literally one of my colleagues apparently did tell my supervisor, I wish I was kidding, that he was distracted by my ankles during our supervision, our group supervision, because I'm short
Wow.
enough that, and I don't know how to sit in a chair correctly. I have ADHD and I'm not straight. And so like
straight.
yeah, I was like, man, I do date cis men, but I date people who aren't cis men as well. But like so I guess I was just sitting goofy in a chair, and my ankles were showing, and it was a whole thing. So, but I was
Yeah.
like, all right, you know what? This is the way that you grew up, and I don't want to inflict my ankles on you. But like
Yeah.
it really, growing up in LA, working in different places, there was so much of a range of expression of Judaism that even though I did, and even at Jewish Family Services, which I did really enjoy working there, I really loved my supervisor there, especially. She was an Orthodox grandma who went back, got her PhD in clinical psychology.
Wow.
Like,
Cool.
that was awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's like mad respect there. Like, definitely the people there did follow, I would say, the what I would consider the orthodox and traditional path of education. That it's like the value on education and the value on helping others was very strong there within that Orthodox community. And but I did get a broader perspective, I would say, of Judaism. That like I didn't see it as some sort of monolith, and that's also why in some ways
Yeah.
I felt comfortable rejecting some of the ideologies that I was told, even if I didn't know how to articulate why until later. That was
Right.
one of the only conflicts actually that I had with my dad. My dad and I get along really well, but he was very upset that I did not want to go on Birthright. My sister went on a Birthright, and he was very upset, and he was just like, why are you so resistant to this? Why? And I was just like, I'm not resistant to the ideals of Judaism, but I'm resistant to things that don't feel right. And I couldn't articulate it beyond that, but like I pointed to kind of, it's so valorized the way that like Israel behaved in different wars and things like that. And while I do agree with at a certain point the right to defend oneself, that's not what so many of these acts were, that objectively you can look and see that that is not what self-defense is.
Right.
And so I was like, why am I being told this one narrative that doesn't match these facts, so that I constantly feel like either I'm under attack or I'm a victim of something? Because like, and that's what I meant by trauma. That
Yeah.
it's like when you're acting out of
Yes.
that, because like what trauma does to the mind is essentially you do encounter something that has affected you in some way, and it creates almost like a little like flashbulb imprint. However, when you encounter anything that reminds you of that thing, your body actually responds in the same way to protect yourself from what it perceives as that threat. So if you are acting out of being triggered, you genuinely are perceiving something as a threat. Your
Right.
body is perceiving it as a threat. And so until you address that, you are going to be acting out of that response. And so, like, now I understand it so much better, but as a teenager, all I remember is being like, I was like, "Dad," I was like, "I really don't wanna go." Like, it makes me really uncomfortable. I was like, "It makes me uncomfortable in temple when, like, we talk about excluding people, and it makes me feel uncomfortable when people talk about, like, converts instead of referring to them as Jews, even though they
Yo.
like are Jews." And like I was like, all of that makes me feel really uneasy.
The
But
first time that a Jew told me, y- uh, "Oh, your father's Jewish. Is your mother Jewish too because of my last name, right?"
yeah,
And I said, "No." And they said, "You're not really Jewish." And I
yeah,
was like, "Tell that to the 2 fucking Nazis that beat me with fucking nightsticks."
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
I didn't choose this fucking life. I'm just dealing with the fucking cards that I've given,
yeah,
and suddenly this feels very aggressive
And
at me,
yeah,
like, I
you
can't
see this
even
with
be
other
what everybody is
oppressed
going to call me
classes as
anyways.
well.
I'm sorry, what was that, Sam?
You see this with other oppressed classes as well. Of
Oh, right.
you're
yeah.
too
You're
your
not
skin
black
tone
enough,
is
you're not white,
too
yeah.
You're not
white.
queer
You're
enough.
not
Yeah.
really
Yes.
black enough,
Mhm.
or you're not feminine enough, or
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, and like
Totally.
you were saying, when you've experienced one of those, you can either like see that in other like versions or not. And yeah, we just wish that people could have compassion, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. And
And
even like what Diana was saying, like the self-compassion to address these things
Mm.
within
oh,
yourself
wow.
Yeah.
so that you can act out of
Yeah,
care
yeah.
towards others. That
And
it's like
don't
if
just
you're
perpetuate the trauma.
yeah, yeah,
And how
Right,
you were
yeah,
saying
yeah. You
community
can,
care. This is community
Yeah.
care. And
yeah.
like
right,
fucking get your
right,
shit together, government of Israel, people of Israel, like whoever it is that convinced themselves that this was an okay way of going about having the upper hand finally. It
right, right.
it is demeaning what you have learned from being the underdog.
Yep.
Yes. And Sam, I'm
Yeah,
so
you're
sorry
being
that
the
this
people that
affected you
they
personally.
like talk shit about in their past, who went
Right.
off the righteous path.
Right.
You're the bad guy. Sorry. Like, are
Yes,
we the
it
baddies?
Yeah,
is.
Yes.
it's like that. It's Sam, you quoted the meme. I was thinking of it like, are we the baddies? Like
Yeah, like,
it
you
feels
know
very
those parts
that.
in like Judges where there's like people who are like, uh, you know, that's kind of what you're doing. Like,
Yeah.
let me pull you aside, man.
There's
Call you
something
out a
that
little.
like
Call you in.
striving for the upper hand, using that word,
It's
that
Yeah.
setup
cruel. Yeah.
is the brutal thing, in
Right.
that like going from the underdog and striving for the upper hand
Oh, whoa.
the thing,
Yes.
it's
Yes.
the
What
problem.
not wanting for the world to be better, but wanting to be the king so that you can
Hmm.
fucking hash retribution.
Well, that relates. I mean, as Sam was saying, it relates in other ideologies, like where the like fear of feminism comes from, because it's like, well, yeah, if women turned around and actually did treat men like we had been treated, well, that would go very poorly for men. um,
Yeah.
but we just want to be treated as men treat one another. We don't want
Hmm.
to go
We're not
around.
trying to find the upper hand. That's
Exactly.
yeah, yeah.
We don't
I mean, the best kinds of feminism I know aren't trying to do that. But
yes.
Right.
again, it gets skewed a lot, and a lot of people perceive it that way. And I have met some women, and white women especially, who do enact it in that kind
Yes.
of way of like
Yeah,
trying to
sure.
find the upper hand,
Yes.
so that they will never be hurt the same way again. But
Sure.
Yes.
yeah.
Shout
Yes.
out again
Or
to Emma B.
overperforming the
Bernstein
role.
and I'm sorry,
What's that?
Sam, but I wanted to give a shout out to Emma B. Bernstein's book, Girl Drive, which navigated exactly those
Hmm.
topics through feminism from the perspective of women in 50 states. Again, this is a fantastic book. You can find it on Amazon. I think again, it's called Girl Drive. But navigating exactly that topic, like what is this idea of feminism, and are we trying to get are we appreciating like the unique perspective that we have on this whole thing, right?
Yeah. And Sam, what were you saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sam.
I don't remember.
Shit.
It's
The
late.
train
That's okay.
the train has left the station.
Yeah, I do that, Sam.
Yeah.
But imagine how I feel about it,
I feel like the worst is when I internally interrupt myself, and then I'm like, "Well, there went all
Yo.
7 of my thoughts."
Yo.
Blank.
It just
Yeah.
Jenga.
Yeah.
like
Well, Sam, I think we've gone way long.
Yeah.
Actually,
This is-
it's
I mean, it's
12:30.
also-
Our
yeah,
show was
it's late.
supposed to end.
Yeah.
Is there an
But
after?
I'm so glad that we went late, though,
yeah,
Sam.
me
This
too.
was a
I was
really, really
yes. And Sam, thank you again
Okay.
for bringing what you brought. And yet again, I'm very sorry that everything that has been happening has touched you in such a personal way.
Yes,
Well, that's, I
exactly
guess,
that.
empathy, you know.
Yes, and thank you for trusting us to have this conversation with you, Sam. You know, I feel proud that you are a friend that will push me into these conversations, as well as respect me enough to be able to do it with grace and
Right.
complexity that it deserves. I hope that that was the
Right.
case.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Thank you. That it means a lot to me. And also for everybody at home, keep checking your local listings because Sam and us are working out doing an episode with Sam where he can talk about his book.
book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pam, you would love this. He has recently written a book that's just really incredible perspective on animal rights and animal
Oh,
deities and their privilege inside of our lives as we've grown in civilization. I know, Chris. I mean, I know, Sam. I'm bastardizing that, but like I'm on the
No,
spot right now.
that's
no, and
basically what
that
it
makes
is.
so much sense, especially in the in what you stated about the way that people are not just showing up for fellow humans, but also the fellow creatures in our world. That makes so much sense.
The Lament of Hathor, and this is available on. Yeah, it's really actually.
I feel
Pam,
like
I gotta
you
lend it to
just
you.
watched me like immediately
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
Galaxy Brain that title.
yeah. You need a copy,
Yes,
specifically,
please.
Pam.
Let me
Yes,
send you a
please.
newest version.
Sam, I'll send you information. And yes, you at home, check out the book Lament of Hathor. It's on Amazon, and leave a fucking review also, because it's a life
Yeah, even
changer.
if you haven't read it, just say it's great.
That's exactly that.
Co-sign that. Yeah.
Because
This book changed
you're
my life.
actually being you're being an activist here because
Yeah.
Sam has not only like done the extensive research, like whoa, like you are going to be able to help inform me on this as well, but like the amount of research that he has done on it, it feels like reading an archaeologist's journal, and maybe that was actually part of the discipline that was applied in this. I wouldn't know better, but the amount of work is, and now he's published it, and he's going around the world distributing it to people for free because he's trying to change the world with it, and that's the type of thing that we at Five on It Live really support.
Yeah.
That's what
Yes.
we support
I
here.
got rid
Yeah,
of 5 of them today. There's a comic fest slash Diwali happening like right by the Space Needle, and I went over there and supported my friends with their comics and stuff, and I had some great free vegan food from the Diwali people. Then I grabbed my my shit and I set up my animal liberation, human liberation flag, and set out some books and stickers, and I had a cow mask on that I've put a like vintage ear tag onto the ear that I've been
Oh
walking around
wow.
wearing. Very
Heavy.
stark. And
Heavy. Yeah.
I got I got rid of $5, had some amazing conversations with people who were had some goats that they had rescued, and people who
Oh.
were vegan, and it was really nice. It's always nice to see that your people are out there too, to know like, oh shit, there's more of us than I thought.
Well, there
That
you
can be
go.
good
Yes.
for people.
And if you're in Seattle and you see a kind-voiced human walking around with a cow mask with a vintage ear tag, well, that just might be Sam. That's not a cow after all. And reach your hand out, and accept a book, and shake that man's hand because I love him dearly.
Oh.
I
That was
love
to you, Sam.
all of you.
Thank you so much
Aw.
for calling,
Yeah,
Sam.
yeah. Thank you
you,
so much for calling,
Sam.
Sam. I have to let you go because I do have to finish this show. I'm sure my producer's like,
I
Craig,
I
what
thought with
the
like
fuck?
daylight savings, we just go another 2 hours or something.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say it's fall back. It's the
yeah,
infinitely
yeah.
preferable
We
version.
Yeah,
I
we
think
could,
you have to
know,
do it.
I think we'll go at least another like 14 minutes because I got a lot to wrap up
I'm gonna
with.
double dog dare you to do it. Triple dog
Believe
dare.
me, this has been like the epitome of the conversations that I've been trying to provoke and have for this show. How do you feel, Mallory?
Amazing. Yeah, I just like keep thinking, that it was the new moon and
It is.
this trip that I took to LA where we were gonna do things in person and how the
Mhm.
last couple of weeks went, which were exciting, chaos. I feel like finding our footing. I feel like tonight,
We
like
found it.
we locked into something really, really cool.
Yeah.
In large part because of you, Pam.
Yeah.
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 It just
I have lured you to the opium bed where there's no opium.
that's all I ever
But-
needed.
Well, that's all we needed was an opium bed.
I was gonna say,
thought.
who knew this is
Yeah.
what you needed?
Actually, I should have had an inclination
Yeah,
that it
I
was
feel
an
like we
opium
should have.
bed kind of show. I
Feels
do.
like the end of a Scooby Doo. Like it's the
Yeah.
opium bed all along.
Yeah.
I love that.
So, okay, and that was
Sam,
the beat
But
from
yes, I
Sam.
am glad that it feels like it did coalesce. And like I mean, I found that with my podcast as well, that it's like once you like get whatever, and it's weird to say my podcast, but it's like really with anything I do, it's like
Tell me about it.
right?
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, I hate to analogize it to sex, but I also don't because that's like one of my fields of research. But it's kind of like the first time you have sex with someone and you might have amazing chemistry, but you low key don't really know the
Yeah.
other what's going on with the other person.
Oh, right.
And you're just
Yeah.
having a great time, but like maybe you kind of could have a better time. You're just very excited. It's kind of that where it's like the third or fourth time, you're
Yeah.
like, we got the chemistry, we got the mechanics, we got the right setting. We got
Right.
Yeah, you get to
And
know
then-
each other's bodies more.
Everybody comes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And then you're like, oh, this was great. This was exactly I saw kind of like the what this could be the first time.
Right.
Great
Right.
analogy.
Exactly.
I think that's a really great
Exactly.
analogy. Yeah.
And you know what, Pam? Like by design, actually. And we have very consciously, and I've said this before to our audience, but you'll hear me say it again, my loving audience, that we chose in the beginning, Chris, Mallory, Brody, Pippo, we all decided that we were going to learn in front of our audience.
Yeah.
Yes.
That we didn't know how to do this.
Make mistakes
that-
in front of our audience.
That we wanted to make mistakes in front of our audience, that we wanted to learn what exactly they wanted, what we wanted out of this. We just knew that we wanted a forum to have these conversations with these kind of voices in a space that felt comfortable to us
Yes.
And slow.
and slow.
Yes.
It's been hard for me to even get there because I'm so wound up.
But look, yeah, look, I love by the
I
end of the night
know,
whenever you're like,
I was gonna say, I love that we're all just like,
we got
I
there.
know. I
It's
know.
vibe.
great.
Well, and I mean, quite literally, that is how I designed my home, and especially, I mean, this room. The other one is designed also for that, but like I had specifically designed my creative space for exactly that, where it is a safe place to kind of unfurl, because that's what I want in my art. I don't want to feel constrained, even if it's cringy, even if it's whatever. At least it is the unfurled version. But environment for me in particular is very important for that. And so I'm like, oh, how do I create a space where that happens? And so I feel very honored that in like this is like my meditation space, my writing space, and sometimes just my hangout space.
Yeah, I mean, this
Like,
would
what a
be my
gift.
workspace, my creative space, my well, I'm doing a podcast from it now, so it's kind of like my studio right now. And it's just well, Pam, it's not just your space, it's your demeanor, it's your
who you are,
expertise,
yeah.
it's who you are, and and I really have felt a kinship in that way with you since the time that we met, and
Yes.
your work both in your educated field and your celebrated field of music and all of these podcasts that you've been doing. It's 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 remarkable to me, and I think that when we were starting this project, um, this is actually like a milestone having you on, because from the very beginning I said,
Oh.
these are the lists of guests. Like when we're ready for guests, I we have to do Pam Shaffer. Mallory,
Aw.
you're
Heard
going to
about you
love
for
them.
a very
Yeah,
long time.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you were able to have the types of conversations that were complex and that were counterintuitive in a way from people like us that um
Craig, you're in
oh
the
hey
Here we can
everybody.
cozy up. Hi,
Yeah,
girl.
all
yeah, yeah,
doing
yeah,
this,
cozy up.
girl.
That I wanted to be able to have in the way that I kind of was inspired, like the people that I was wanting to speak to directly, right? Which was like the audience in a way,
Yes.
but part of that was to provoke them with some sort of topic of expertise that fit like we were um well anyway, the point is that I feel like we have worked really hard to get to a point where we were capable of having you on as a guest,
Mhm.
and
Oh.
I hope that you felt that way, that this was a good and interesting conversation and experience for you as well.
Yes, I feel like I should look to the audience because I was like, I feel like when I'm looking at you guys, it's like, what is she looking at?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But no, I feel exactly. I feel I was just like your feelings, they are my own. Um, and I also feel that is why I put so much of whatever it is that I make into the world. It's exactly like you said. It's if other people didn't matter to me, I would just make it and not share it. Like I would just
Right.
be like, "Cool,
Mm.
I've made it. Great." That was like the whole experience. But it's when you're in communion with an audience and other people, that for me is like
Mhm.
yes, there's the juiciness of like, "Oh, I made a thing," which like that's sometimes when I feel like most myself when I'm in like feral goblin channeling mode.
Mhm.
But then I get to be like the best person version of myself when I'm like sharing with other people. And like that's you. That's you other people. And so
That's you. That's you.
Yeah.
that's you.
And
That's
So
you.
specifically this
That's
evening,
you.
that's you,
That's
Diana.
you.
That's you, Sam.
Yeah.
That's you, Neil. That's you, Niels. That's you, Mystery.
Mystery.
Everybody that's been in the chat. I'm sorry, it's hard for me.
Catan.
Catan. All of you, loving listeners and supporters. Spread the word. Let your friends know about this podcast. These are exactly the kind of conversations that we will continue to have and continue to shoot from the hip and maybe get through them clumsily, but you see our heart, and hopefully we're adding a dimension to the way that you're able to consider your life and reality.
yes. And thank you so much for having me on.
Jesus, thank you so much.
Thank
thank, you,
you.
thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Pam,
Yeah.
and thank you, Chris. Thank you, Pippa. We're gonna go to nightly readings, and we're gonna do that because we are obliged. It's actually in our contracts,
Yep.
and then I'm gonna sit here and watch that, and then we will roll those beautiful credits. Chris, Pippa, Brody, Pam, Mallory.
Craig.
This is us.
Mallory, Craig, Chris,
And
This is
Chris.
us
Craig,
signing off.
Mallory,
And
Pam.
check the links. We're gonna have some links. Oh, there was
Okay,
one
entering
link.
into goblin mode.
Wait, there was one link that we wanted to share that you were talking about. Oh, okay, okay. We're gonna go to nightly reading.
Oh, please, Chris.
Thank you. You just use this. severance force. Chris, you son of a gun.
Chris,
you
you're
little,
so
you little.
cheeky.
You thought I didn't recognize it because I'm yapping over here. No, I caught it. And
I
that's
like
the
that Craig's like,
severance
you thought I
force.
wasn't paying attention. I'm always paying
Always
attention.
to everything and nothing at
Chris, thank you for
all.
that one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Again, thank you everybody for listening and sticking around with us. Like and subscribe, all of that jazz. And Chris, when you're rolling these credits, let's play that song. Okay, what was it called again?
Delulu.
Delulu
The Delulu
by
is the Delulu.
Holly Pearl.
You are so close.
Pearl Holly, Jesus.
You are so funny.
It's
So
great.
that the audience knows, as we were previously speaking of Jewish heritage,
Jesus.
Craig is now fallen into a pit of mortification. I was like, it's a tradition in Ashkenazi, at least Judaism, to be named after a relative that has passed, and I was named after I have two great grandmothers named Pearl, but my mom thought that was a very antiquated name. I don't know why I've used the word antiquated multiple times in this podcast, but enjoy. And so it became my Hebrew name, which that is where the lore is that we not only have a middle name, and my middle name is Holly, but we have like another super secret name, which is our Hebrew name. So my Hebrew name is Pearl Tzvia. And so I was just like, okay, well, as an artist, I want to be me, but I'm also a therapist who's also named me.
Right.
So that
Right.
is where
Only so much me to go around.
there's only so much of this, and so that is why when I'm performing music, it is my name. It is Pearl Holly.
Beautiful.
So when you see Pearl Holly, I feel like I'm Hannah Montana, where I'm just like I'm like, Pearl Holly is me, is the big reveal, and you can tell from all the hair. That is your telltale sign. There's a lot of hair involved. So, thank you so much for supporting my music. And at some point, I realized I was like, I'm not even good about talking about my music. I'm more just like, you do with it what you will. Like, it's there for you.
Well, it's
So-
incredible, and there's a plethora of stuff. And check out the videos on YouTube. We will have
All the links
yeah, we will have
everywhere.
all the links
Yeah.
everywhere to all of
Everything.
Pam's stuff. And check out Pearl Holly. This is their song over our credits. This was 5 on It live.